It looks like we're getting a few dones.
Good. Yeah, most of you should be nearing completion of this assessment. I'm going to give a little bit more time for you guys to finish everything up before we move forward. And just to give some kind of some housekeeping, this presentation, I know we are scheduled for 2 hours, so it is somewhat lengthy. I will give us probably 1 or 2 breaks, some stretch breaks for about 5 minutes. Also, I will have time at the end for any questions, but also all throughout, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. And I ask that Madison or Merritt let me know. Feel free to kind of jump in and interrupt me as things come up, because I want this to be as interactive as possible. And then again, at the end, we will have some discussion. This topic is a very sensitive topic. So I just always like to give a disclaimer when I'm talking about race, to just make it known that none of this presentation is meant to offend, but I do want to create a safe space so that we can have real conversations, use plain language. I don't want people to feel like they can't ask a question because they're worried about the words that they use and things of this nature. So I want all of us to have the understanding that no one here has ill intent. So as you get your results, I really want you to think about what those results are telling you. And, ask yourself questions like, do you agree with your results? Do you disagree? What are your feelings about those results? When we move into this discussion, I really want you to keep those results handy. You can write them down separately. Just make sure that you remember them for later in our discussion. So today we're going to talk about historical trauma and institutional racism. Just to give a little bit about my background, I know in my introduction, a lot of my work is centered around ACEs. So we'll do a little bit of a review of the ACEs study before we jump into this topic. When we think about the ACEs study, it is a huge, important study for many reasons. First, obviously, because of the sample size, but also the implications that trauma impacts are not just our mental health or kind of the social issues in our society, but also our physical health. And so I just want to kind of revisit that study and its importance. So as you can see here, adverse childhood experiences are experiences that happen during childhood before the age of 18 that account for a wide range of health and social consequences. The initial study had 10 categories, but as we've done future studies and we have been able to look deeply into what is trauma and align those outcomes from the data that we've received, we have outlined that there are 3 other ACEs. First, experiencing racism, then experiencing bullying, and then experiencing poverty. And so these categories of experiences before the age of 18 have a host of consequences. And so when we think about what those consequences really are and what are the mechanisms that account for this, Dr. Anda has done a great job with this visual that allows us to have an understanding that adverse childhood experiences has an impact on our brain development during those sensitive periods, especially if the adversity happens between 0 to 3. These changes to the brain then lead to social, emotional, and cognitive impairment, also leading to the adoption of health risk behaviors, which ultimately leads to disease, disability, social problems, and early death. He also outlined that these experiences can happen even in the womb. So from conception to death, this visual covers. And then he has two mechanisms that account for this process as well. So we have epigenetic mechanisms and intergenerational transmission. These two mechanisms are talking about how trauma transfers through generations. First, we have epigenetic mechanisms, which means that our DNA is impacted by our environment. And if our environment is made hostile due to trauma, then we will then pass along those changed, those epigenetic changes to our offspring. And then we have intergenerational transmission, which deals more with the environment. So whereas epigenetics is really talking about nature, intergenerational transmission is talking about nurture. So the environment, like parenting practices, neighborhoods, even environmental things like, lead in your water and paint, or pollution in your air. All of these environmental issues can then be transferred through generations, through what we call intergenerational transmission. And I think that Dr. Anna did a great job with this visual. It really helps people to understand how trauma in an individual can then be passed along through generations. However, the Rise Center created an extended ACEs pyramid that I think is a lot more comprehensive. And so the Rise Center really brings in what we know to be these underlying issues that can impact the amount of trauma that someone will experience in their lifetime. So in this visual, you'll see that the larger extended triangle includes two more realms. So first we have generational embodiment or historical trauma, and then we have social conditions and local context. The Rise Center also made some changes to the original pyramid in that they accounted for complex trauma. So when we think about complex trauma, what we're really saying is children who have 3 or more ACEs. In the research that they did in the initial study showed that there was a great increase in the likelihood of chronic disease if a person had more than 3 ACEs. And so complex trauma is something that the Rise Center is accounting with the additions of generational embodiment and historical trauma and social conditions and local context. They also added allostatic load. So when they talked about social, emotional, and cognitive impairment in the original triangle or pyramid, the Rise Center added allostatic load, which I think is very important to talk about. Allostatic load is low-level stress that people are experiencing that has a huge impact on the physical body. So those who experience complex trauma or 3 or more ACEs are more likely to experience what we call allostatic load, which means that there's things in their environment that are attributing to low-level stress all the time. In our case, when we talk about this today, we're going to focus on things like racism and dangerous neighborhoods and poverty. These will also cause what we call allostatic load. And so what allostatic load looks like is very, very comparable to what everyone is going through during this pandemic. A pandemic is a collective trauma, and allostatic load is what we are all experiencing while we're in this collective trauma. So since this pandemic has started, many of us may be drinking more wine, many of us may be a little bit more clumsy. It might be harder for us to pay attention. It may be harder for us to get sleep at night. And so we are noticing our physical changes in response to this pandemic. And this is what we call allostatic load. Another interesting change that the Rise Center made from the initial pyramid is that where it says adoption of health risk behaviors, on the Rise Center pyramid, it says coping. And so we really want to conceptualize what we're really talking about here. Why do people adopt health risk behaviors? They do so as a coping mechanism to cope with the stress and trauma that they're experiencing in their lives. And then when we look at the disease, disability, and social problems in the initial pyramid, the Rise Center also added criminalization and stigmatization. And these two are really associated with issues of racism and poverty. And so let's talk about the two additions. First, generational embodiment and historical trauma. What the Rise Center is saying is that generational embodiment and historical trauma are making it more likely for people to experience complex trauma, and that this issue is something that is occurring before people are born, before people are conceived. And so in the initial pyramid, conception is the starting point. And the Rise Center is saying that these historical trauma is the real starting point. And it also included social conditions and local context. And so let's talk about that a little bit. All of us can think about our hometowns and the cities and towns that we live in right now. And you know where the good part of town is and the bad part of town is. And how did it get that way? And this is what they're talking about when they say social conditions and local context. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. We have an area of town that's very fancy and very nice on the west side of town. However, in North Nashville, we have an area of town that has one of the highest incarceration rates in the country and has a lot of historical trauma. And even though people are living 10 minutes away from each other, the life expectancy is very different. And so those things like local conditions, local context, and those type of smaller areas, dangerous neighborhoods that have been there for generations, that these types of conditions can make it more likely for someone to experience trauma in their lifetime, and that these conditions are already present before people are born, before they're conceived. Any questions or thoughts that have come up about this visual? And again, feel free to use the chat. So using what our understanding of ACEs and trauma currently is, we can move into what this means for your work when it comes to race and equity. So some key terms, what is race? I never want to assume that people have an understanding of the history of the words that we use, and they are so important. The question is race a real thing? According to some, race is a social construct that has been created that really stems from the 17 and 1800s, where European intellectual elites were trying to determine the differences between social groups and attributing it to things like skin color. And so these physical characteristics like skin color, like eye shape, these are not a reflection of a race. So let's talk about what race is and what it isn't. There's actually more genetic differences within racial groups than outside of them, which means that race is not something that we would consider a biological or genetic issue. It is more of a social issue. And let's talk a little bit more about that. So in response to the civil rights movement, there was a group of different theorists across many different sectors that came together and termed critical race theory. And I want to talk a little bit about these 4 tenets of critical race theory. And I do want for everyone to use the chat as we go through each one and tell me what you think or if you agree or disagree. So the first one is that white supremacy is deeply embedded within American society and that it is permanent. Do you guys agree with that? Is white supremacy embedded within our society and is it permanent? And again, please use the chat function if you can. So overwhelmingly, we have a lot of yes and agree. And I think that some people are making distinction around whether or not it's permanent or not. And I think that is a good discussion to have. So what would it look like for it to be, what would it look like for white supremacy to not be permanent within our society? How would that happen? And these are things to think about. The next is racism is institutional, not individual. This one I don't agree with. I think that it's both. But according to critical race theory, racism is institutional. What do you guys think? Is racism institutional? Yes. Good. And so the understanding that it's both kind of leans into a good understanding of systems. So obviously individuals are part of systems. And even if we address institutional racism, those people who are embedded within the institution, if they are individually racist, then it can have impact. So it's hard to tease apart institutions and individuals. Next, America's power structure was built to marginalize people of color. And so what this is saying is that it is not an accident that certain groups are more likely to be poor, more likely to be sick, that our power structure was built to ensure that. Do we agree with that or no? So it looks like overwhelmingly we agree. And so this is something that, depending on who I am presenting with, and even when I was in grad school, this is something that the general public pushes back against. There is a belief that certain groups aren't doing well because of lots of different reasons, parenting, um, obviously employment and things of this nature. And so when we think about the state of our society today and the different inequities and disparities, the question is just happening by chance? And so critical race theory would say that it is not, that it was our systems and our structures were built for that purpose. And so it is actually that the system is working exactly the way that it's supposed to. And then lastly, race is a social construct and is a tool to stratify power. Do we agree that race is a social construct? Do we believe that race is biological and genetic, or do we think that it is social, sort of like gender or other social constructs that we adhere to? And so it looks like we do agree. So far, the answers that have come in have been mostly agreeing that race is social. Great. And so this theory is very important for our understanding of this presentation today. What is race really? How are our systems supposed to work? Where does racism live in individuals or institutions? And then, is white supremacy permanent? And if it isn't, then what does it look like to actually change our culture in a way that we do not center whiteness? So, racism is really just the belief that those different attributes are about race and not about social, cultural, and other environmental factors, but then also that one race is superior to another. And then institutional racism is the systemic oppression of groups. Often this is for the purpose of economic and political advantage. And then we also have to think about bias. And that was the point of the assessment. We're assessing our individual bias. Of course, your results are confidential. You don't have to share them. But I did want you guys to do it before we went into this, for you to think about, where does your bias lie? How did you get it? And how will you work against it? And so bias, especially implicit bias, is unconscious attitudes, stereotypes, and unintentional actions. These associations develop over the course of a lifetime. The research that we have shows that children are aware of racial differences and have the ability to attribute social conditions to race as early as age 3, which means that from a very young age, children are able to understand that race is connected to outcomes. For children, it's going to be things like if someone's nice or smart or intelligent, but not exactly, they don't exactly understand the history, but they do understand the implications. And so what this means, because this happens when children are very young, is that it is a combination of explicit messages, but also implicit messages. So yes, children can be taught to be racist or biased, but it doesn't happen explicitly. It's not just because they have racist or biased parents. It's also that they're embedded within a racist system and racist institutions. So even if parents are actively working with children to push back on racism, their environment is telling them a different story. When they ride around their neighborhoods, when they ride around their city, they're seeing a different story. And so this is important to understand, that bias starts at a very young age. And so, of course, if you want to address your own bias, you have to be able to understand that it is deeply embedded. It didn't just happen overnight, and it cannot be addressed overnight. And so I always want to talk about the differences between equality versus equity. Many times equity has become such a buzzword, but really what we need to understand is that equity is about everyone getting what they need, and it is not equal. If we wanted to enact equity today, we would not be able to divvy up a piece of pie and give it out the same piece of pie to everyone. People need different things. And historically, groups have been very underinvested in, very oppressed. And so in order for us to achieve equality someday, we would have to have equity. We would have to invest in certain groups more than others. We would have certain groups requiring more effort, resources, money, and that doesn't look like equality. And this is the reason why many push back when it comes to actual equity, because the policies on paper are not going to be fair. it is going to be very clear that some groups will need more, some groups should get more. And if we are focused on equality, we will not be able to achieve equity because we have to go back and right some past wrongs. And our next term is racial trauma. So racial trauma is like any other trauma, but it is unfortunately tied to identity, which makes it extremely impactful on the individual's life. And so it is about experiences of race-based discrimination and attacks, and it can manifest in many ways. So we have direct racial trauma, which is someone saying a racial slur to you on the street or obvious discrimination. And this would also include microaggressions. These are common, but not as common as other types of racial trauma. So usually when people think about racism, they think about direct traumatic stressors. They think about someone being obviously racist or using a racial slur or telling racial jokes. However, the majority of racial trauma does not stem from these individual attacks. Next, we have vicarious traumatic stress, and these are indirect. A perfect example of this would be over this pandemic, especially in May with the death of George Floyd. There was a large response to his death because it was obviously recorded, and it happened during a state of, we were already in a collective trauma. And so seeing his death was enough for people across the country to experience heightened stress and trauma, especially people of color, especially African Americans. And so this is something that happens quite often. This happens in a lot of different groups. So as we experience trauma in our society, those of us who identify as a group, remember I said that racial trauma was impactful because it's tied to identity. So if people of color are being oppressed or attacked physically, then if I identify with those groups or that individual, then I will experience vicarious traumatic stress. And then we have transmitted stressors, which is what we're really going to talk about today. So transmitted stressors is really how trauma is passed along through generations. The two groups that have experienced the most historical trauma in this country are going to be the descendants of American slaves and the descendants of indigenous people. And so African Americans and indigenous or Native Americans have what we would call historical trauma because they have experienced hundreds of years within their trauma event. So these transmitted stressors will look like culture because these stressors have been impacting these groups for hundreds of years. Every aspect of their culture has shifted due to that trauma event. And when we think about African American culture, and I'm using African Americans as an example as opposed to indigenous, because one of the protective factors for indigenous peoples is that they have some record and understanding of their traditions. Even though they may be disconnected, they know that those traditions exist, they know what they are, they may or may not be practicing. However, African Americans have experienced a stripping of their tradition. So they do not know, for the most part, they do not know their traditional practices. And due to this, they have created a new culture based on their American experience. So the American experience of descendants of slaves is centered around slavery. So their parenting practices stem from slavery, their food stems from slavery, music stems from slavery, their entire culture stems from slavery. And when we think about trauma, especially transmitted stressors, we can confuse a group's cultural practices because we think, oh, this is just the way this group does that, as opposed to this group has experienced large scale trauma and their culture has been warped, or they've made adaptations to this trauma over generations. And that is something that is a distinction to be made. When we think about what is African American culture, how much of it is stemming from a large scale traumatic experience. This makes it harder for us to talk about individual decisions. I'll give a good example. We're living in a pandemic. COVID-19 has really impacted both of these groups, Indigenous and African Americans, more so than other groups. For African Americans, it is a higher mortality rate. So those who do contract the disease are more likely to pass away from it than other groups. This has been attributed to African Americans have higher chronic diseases and underlying conditions. And that is true. But then the question is, why do African Americans have more chronic diseases? And so many people will say diet, which is also true. Diet does have an impact on someone's health outcomes. So what is the African American diet, and why would it have such a negative impact on health? Well, then we have to think about slavery and the origins of African American foods as it pertains to culture. And ultimately, the diet of a slave was high in fats for frying as a preservative, but also it was whatever was left over that the slave owners and the paid laborers didn't want to eat. It was often old. It was definitely the parts of the animal that they didn't want to eat. But then beyond that, it was mostly what you would feed livestock, so grains. And so this has greatly impacted the health of African Americans through generations. And so that's just one example of how we can construe a group's traumatic experiences and believe that it's a cultural issue and an individual choice. And so another word for transmitted stressors is intergenerational transmission of trauma. We first discovered this phenomenon in the 1960s when we were researching the descendants of the Holocaust. And so the main findings from those initial studies was that people who had not experienced the Holocaust themselves, who were not alive during that time, who had parents who were alive during that time, those children displayed PTSD-like symptoms. They also reported that their parents were preoccupied and emotionally limited. And this is our first understanding of, what it means to have those issues around stress and trauma transmitted through to future generations who had no actual interaction with these traumatic experiences. And so this research was extremely important and very interesting, and it has spawned a lot of research since then. And our understanding about intergenerational transmission has a lot to do with attachment it has a lot to do with those early years. And so those parents who had experienced the Holocaust were damaged and preoccupied. In other words, they were dealing with mental health issues, that they were either employing maladaptive coping, or they were isolating from their children. And this was a reflection of the trauma that they had encountered when they were in the Holocaust. So when we think about this study and the findings of this study, we have to then think about scope. When we look at Holocaust survivors who also, their descendants also tend to have poor health and a slightly shorter lifespan, we have to put in the understanding that the Holocaust was a one generation event, and it was very damaging. But when we look at Indigenous peoples and African Americans, they had countless generations that were impacted by slavery and genocide. And so when you have, and just to think it, during that time, the average lifespan was about 25 to 30 years. And the scope is around 250 to 300 years of their traumatic experience. So we're looking at about 12 to 10 generations. And this is important because it just helps you to understand how deeply embedded these traumatic experiences are in their culture and how it has really impacted their quality of life. And this is from the past. And so not even including the everyday interactions, the Jim Crow period, the discrimination, of segregation, and then even today, microaggressions and institutional racism. And so when we think about what is intergenerational transmission, it's not just parenting practices, it's beliefs, values, norms, attitudes. And it is really the main factor to consider when we think about intergenerational poverty, when we think about violence within families, when we think about mental health outcomes within families. It is mostly around the passage of trauma through one generation to the next. And it is really impacting us as a nation, especially since as a nation, we have high likelihood of childhood trauma as compared to other countries, especially other industrialized countries. There is widespread childhood trauma in our country, and this is something that can be found in the ACEs study, which had almost 70% of the participants having at least one ACE. And so when we think about what can be done for intergenerational transmission, it is a very daunting issue. And it really has to do, at the kernel of the issue, is parenting and maladaptive coping. And so the 4 components of intergenerational transmission is going to be maladaptive coping strategies, survival-based parenting practices, social learning theory, and genetics. Maladaptive coping is something that is extremely common, but when we think about maladaptive coping, we quickly go to drugs and alcohol. But ultimately, emotional or preoccupation is a big one. So isolation, so parents that are isolating themselves from their children, or who are not emotionally available to their children or withdrawn, that is going to be more common than the things that we think of around abuse or substance use and alcohol use. And then one of the most detrimental is just the survival-based parenting practices that have been employed. When we think about African-American mothers specifically, they are the group of mothers that is most likely to use physical punishment, and not just physical punishment, but also to be physically involved with their children. So just to give an example, let's say you have a child, they're outside, you don't want them to run into the street. What you want is your child to be able to stop when you say, hey, don't go any further, don't go into the street. But African American mothers are more physical, which means they will be more likely to go to their child and physically grab them and bring them back close to them. And this way of parenting with the physical punishment can be impactful, but also just the physicality of it in general. This definitely changes the way that that child understands the world. This is one of the main reasons why African American children have such a hard time transitioning from home into school, or what we call school readiness, because teachers are less likely to be hands-on with children. So if the way that I understand that my behavior is out of control is if I get spanked, or if my mother comes and grabs me and pulls me back, then when I get to school and my teacher's not going to spank me or not going to put her hands on me when she wants me to do something, then I'm going to have a challenge because that's not the patterns that I've established around my behavior already. And this is due to the survival-based parenting practices that have derived from slavery. You just have to imagine what slave mothers, how they had to change their parenting practices to deal with slavery, when a child acting like a normal child could be a life or death experience. How guarded would I be over their behavior? How strict would I be? How detached would I be if I understood that they could be sold away from me at any time, or that they could be killed at any time? And so these survival-based parenting practices are probably one of the most harmful um, layovers from slavery, and probably the most difficult to deal with. And so parenting practices that are derived from slavery and deal directly with avoiding discrimination or avoiding dangerous neighborhoods, these are adaptive. And any normal parent would do that. If you were a slave and you had to parent, your parenting practices would change. So it's not an issue of what's good or what's bad, what's right, what's wrong. These are adaptive practices to ensure survival. And today, they are very much impacting the brains and development of children who are no longer living in slavery and have to compete academically, socially, with children who are not being raised in survival-based parenting. And then social learning theory, which is children adhering to or modeling their behavior after the adults in their space, especially the adults who are the same sex. And so as children see violence, especially domestic violence, as they're raised by parents who have mental health issues or substance use issues or engaging in maladaptive coping, they're going to model their behaviors after those adults. And then lastly, our understanding of epigenetics at this point is very clear. Abuse and stress and trauma is altering our DNA, making it more likely for us to have chronic diseases, mental health disorders, and impacting our cognitive abilities and lowering IQ. And so these are really the four mechanisms or the four avenues that intergenerational transmission is happening. And when we look at epigenetics in particular, this is all four of them really is culminating in these large social groups that have been delineated by race, by physical features, that we are seeing kind of the melding of the social conditions and the outcomes. What I mean by that is people who are just getting a snapshot of an individual's or individual group's culture practices, they will say that Black people tend to be more criminal. Black people tend to be this, that, or the other. And they're attributing it to race when it's really environment. And the environment that has been created by racism and slavery and genocide, because again, indigenous peoples are also impacted by historical trauma, is the environment that's been created is continuing those epigenetic changes. It is continuing the poor health outcomes. It is continuing the lower of IQ. And it's really important to make that distinction because it is very controversial to talk about genetics and race. But what the research is showing us is that when we do IQ testing and we find that Black children have lower IQ scores than white children, what we're really testing is not their intelligence, but their environment. And so historical trauma, and this is another term for intergenerational transmission, but it is deeply rooted in the understanding of how genetics and environment play together. So historical trauma is mostly impacting African Americans, indigenous peoples, survivors, the descendants of survivors of the Holocaust. And there are other instances where historical trauma plays a part as well. This term was coined in the 80s by an indigenous social worker, and the actual definition is a cumulative emotional and psychological wounding over the lifespan, and that it is accompanied by historical unresolved grief. So these issues are not resolved. They are ongoing. There's still issues around, land disputes with indigenous people to this day. People are still experiencing microaggressions and discrimination, police brutality. People are still survivors, well, the descendants of African slaves have not received reparations. There have been many broken treaties with indigenous people. I mean, this is something that is ongoing. It is not resolved. And so this is what historically traumatic events look like. I would like to point out that we are in one presently. Pandemics are collective traumas. Those collective traumas will then most likely turn into historically traumatic events. This year, because of the pandemic, will be a historical event. We will be able to trace back poor outcomes over the next few decades to this pandemic and all of its resulting issues. And so slavery is one of those historically traumatic events. Obviously, genocide of the Indigenous and Native Americans, mass incarceration is a historically traumatic event. And I would also like to point out community violence, because this is often overlooked when we think about large scale trauma. But this is the reason why, again, when you think about your own city, your own towns, the good part of town versus the bad part of town, one area is experiencing more violence and more trauma, and those issues are then transmitted through generations. And so historical trauma can happen on a smaller scale. And then these are groups that are mostly impacted, the most impacted by historical trauma. I would like to make sure that you guys think about the intersection of these groups. So when we think, if these groups are vulnerable, then thinking about how these intersect. So Native and African American children during this natural disaster, right? They're an extremely vulnerable group. War veterans during this time, or a vulnerable group. Refugees during this time, or a vulnerable group. I included Latinx and or the Latino community and Muslim Americans because of the recent social political climate. So since 9/11, there has been more targeted, systematic discrimination against Muslim Americans. And then, of course, our political climate around the border, around immigration, is really impacting the Latino community. And so there is potential there for it to be historically traumatic, especially as it pertains to the very young children who are being detained at the border. There's potential there for that to be historically traumatic. One thing that I tend not to include in this presentation around historical trauma is the LGBTQI community. And it's not that I'm purposely excluding them, but I think that there is historical trauma when it comes to sexual orientation and identity. However, the only reason why they're not included is because of that intergenerational transmission and the understanding that this is a social group that is not exactly tied through generations. But I think it is worth discussing that identity, trauma tied to identity, is very impactful. So they would also be a group that is experiencing historical trauma. And so what does that look like? We all know what this manifests in our society as. So PTSD, depression, suicide, alcohol and substance use. And here are some more. One of the most impactful, however, that often does not get discussed as serious as it should be, is relationship difficulties. So one of the things that the ACEs study and the research that comes from it shows is that those people who are able to form relationships and have safe and stable relationships tend to do better regardless of the trauma that they've experienced. And so that means that relationships are a protective factor, they're a buffer, and they help to bolster our resilience. And one of the things that happens first, especially with children, is that they have a social impact. It's harder for them to make friends and maintain friends. It's harder for them to have connections with teachers or coaches. And then, of course, there's going to be difficulty in their relationships with their parents. This manifests when they become older and can be very damaging, higher divorce rates, more domestic violence, and things of this nature. And so the relationship difficulties, the inability to form attachments, is so impactful and is one of the most severe outcomes of historical trauma. And so ecology matters, and we're going to kind of shift into our second hour of this presentation. So I want to take a break here, and I want to entertain any questions that we have, and I also want to give you guys some time to get up and stretch and move around and things of that nature. So are there any questions about our discussion thus far? So let's take this time, let's take about 3 to 4 minutes and move around, take bio breaks, get very quick coffee, and we'll start again in about, like I said, about 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. Before we get started again, I just want to give some more time If anyone has any questions about the huge dump of information that just happened, or want any clarification on a specific issue, you can put it in the chat, or you can definitely come off mute and ask a specific question. So if not, we're going to move into our second portion of this presentation that's really going to talk about systems. So what we'll talk about is how systems work together. What does it look like to address racism, historical trauma in your work? And then, what are the different ways that it manifests today? So ecology matters. Bronfenbrenner is really the father of the social ecological model. And he was one of the first theorists I learned about when I was in grad school. And he does such a great job of discussing how children develop within systems. And it is really important to understand how you can how you can look at how systems impact the individual, but then also how the individual impacts the systems around them. And so social ecology is really going to be a great way to frame our understanding of racism and how it impacts people. Bronfenbrenner is one of our fathers of Head Start, which has, it's slightly controversial. It has lots of benefits, but then there are some drawbacks to Head Start. But the reason why we have Head Start is because of his model, which is the understanding that there are many factors impacting a child's development. And that we have our microsystem level, which is family and schools, but ultimately our one-on-one interactions. So our one-on-one interactions with our friends, our one-on-one interactions with our family, our one-on-one interactions with the daycare worker or our neighbors. And then the mesosystem is how all those different systems work together, which is, like I talked before about how children who have more physical parenting at home may have a hard time interacting with schools. And so how do those different microsystems work together? That would be the mesosystem. And then we have the exosystem, which is extremely powerful. And it is where our policies lie and our institutions lie. And then we have our macro system, which is where our ideas and ideologies and traditions and cultural practices lie. And then lastly, we have what we call the chronosystem. And this is where we have shifts in development. So a good example of that would be children who were born and developed before smartphones or before social media, and those who were born and developed after. They're going to be very different. And it's because of where they are in space and time. And so what this looks like is, when we think about trauma, especially around race or any type of trauma, in the microsystem, it's going to be those one-on-one interactions. This is where our direct stressors lie. This is also where we get our biases. So when you think about your results from the testing you did earlier, a lot of your biases lie in this space. Your one-on-one interactions with your parents, your neighborhood. And so the microsystem is the most powerful system because it involves those one-on-one interactions. Neighborhoods are also very impactful. And so the mesosystem, because of that immediate environment that it provides, is very important. And your mesosystem is ultimately mostly impacted by your socioeconomic status. So if you're living in poverty, your neighborhood reflects that. If you have a higher socioeconomic status, your neighborhood reflects that. Your schools reflect that. And then the exosystem, which is probably the most impactful when it comes to racism, um, is largely due to poor or flawed policies. There are plenty of policies, laws, and procedures that have been built in this country around race. And either implicitly or explicitly. Obviously, today, those rules and laws and procedures are more implicit. However, in the past, they were explicit. You know, when we think about issues of redlining, or even before that, when we think historically about the 2-drop rule, you know, things that are procedures that are specifically around race have really shaped our culture, especially those historical ones. And then we have our macro system. These are beliefs and values. So institutional racism, the patriarchal system, you know, religion, law, all of these are housed in our macro system. So our beliefs and values are very powerful system and are very much tied to our understanding and our biases around race. And then lastly, the chrono system. This is where we would have historical trauma, slavery, women as property, generational issues lie in the chrono system. And so let's look at what healing and distress look like based on this model. This is a very important slide here, very important visual. This is also from the Rise Center. So when we think about racism and oppression within the systems that Bronfenbrenner outlined, first, when we think about the one-on-one, or what Bronfenbrenner called the microsystem, that's where you have that those one-on-one interactions that are traumatic. Research shows that people of color are dealing more with those traumatic experiences, more likely to have complex trauma, more likely to experience bullying, obviously more impacted by generational transmission of trauma, and have family system stressors that come along with being experiencing racism and discrimination, but also being more likely to experience poverty and other issues. And when we think about what it means to be healing on an individual level, say like in your work, when you're working individually with families, with children, is you want to honor their resilience and fortitude. You want to listen and validate. You want to focus on family healing, not individual healing. And so and helping them to process and integrate their own personal traumatic experiences, as well as you doing the work to process and integrate your own personal and traumatic experiences. When we get to the mesosystem, or in this visual, community in place, this is when we get into atmospheric distress, which is extremely impactful. Community violence falls into this. Lack of safe passage as well. So children who experience intergenerational transmission, African-American children, Indigenous children, they are more likely to live in spaces where they have a lack of safe passage. So maybe they're experiencing bullying on the way to the bus stop, or they have high community violence in their neighborhood. So their parents experience a lot of stress sending them out into the world to go to the store, to go to go to school. So this lack of safe passage is very stressful and contributes to allostatic load. I would also like to point out over surveillance. This is talking about police interactions. People who are living in mostly Black or mostly brown areas experience more surveillance by police. And so this also leads to what we call allostatic load. When we think about helping people and healing, we want to focus on building beloved community when it comes to community in place, or the mesosystem. One of the things that it lists here is radical inquiry, as you can see here. And that's very important because that's what we're doing right now. We are understanding how the systems are interacting and impacting people. So that means that your families that you work with, the children that you work with, they also need to understand these systems. And so radical inquiry is one, popular education and culture building, um, celebration of culture and affirming the resilience in groups of people in neighborhoods, and then base and power building. So helping people to get connected to advocacy, how they advocate for themselves, which is why it's so important for them to have the radical inquiry. They need to know how the systems work so that they can then advocate for themselves. And then the next level is systemic subjugation of people of color. This is at the systems and institutions level, or the exosystem in Bronfenbrenner's model. So this is where we have policies and practices and rules and regulations and institutions. So the war on drugs, as opposed to a war on poverty, is what's impacting people. The policies around the war on drugs that impacted people of color and poor people more than others, even though that we know that drug use is across the board and is actually more likely to be more prevalent in areas that have more money. Mass incarceration. Mass incarceration is interesting. People tend to think that it happened or started to happen in result to the war on drugs, but mass incarceration actually started the year after slavery ended. And slaves were being kind of corralled into the criminal justice system for the purpose of convict leasing or using their free labor. And so the Black codes were derived after slavery ended, which were laws that were specific to Black people. That then those laws were used to put them into the criminal justice system for things like, being outside after a certain time frame or a certain curfew, or standing in groups in public. That would be enough for people to be arrested. And once arrested, then they could then be back in slavery, and their labor would, could be free again. Obviously, segregation and the impact that had, especially on schools. Redlining falls into systems and institutions, and anti-immigrant policies. And then when we look at what it means to heal in that space, we have lead with love and justice. So healing-centered and restorative practices. So restorative justice, listening campaigns, collective care, being adaptive, power sharing. And so this looks like decision-making, having the people who are going to be impacted involved. This looks like creating commissions or committees that are of the community, or of those that will be impacted, which then requires that you have an evening of the playing field. So, when we think about these movements and groups that are trying to address child abuse, or to address racial trauma, who is involved as opposed to who is serving. If you want to deal with these issues, especially if you're focusing on healing communities of color, you have to work with communities of color, not for them. So it is about, the collective and working together. And then lastly, we have history, legacy, and structure, or what we would call the macro, and a combination of the macro and the chronal system from Bronfenbrenner's model. The dehumanization and distress, in this case, would be nation building. It would be enslavement, colonization, economic exploitation of groups, displacement or forced relocation, cultural hegemony and white supremacy, which are essentially the same things, which is the belief that there's one standard for culture. And in this country, it's going to be white supremacy. If we want to address that, then that means we have to really take the time to go through on a truth and reconciliation campaign. We have to pay reparations. We have to redistribute power and resources. We have to have multiracial solidarity, and we have to reimagine or even just start the beginning of a social compact or social contract. Right now, our social contract is the understanding that, this is the American dream. If you work hard, you can get what you want. And that is not the case. Currently, poverty and racism are greatly inhibiting people's, abilities to be successful in this country. So even though explicitly we say that America is a melting pot and anyone can succeed here, that is not the truth. And so we also need to reimagine that social contract and what would it look like for people to be able to succeed no matter their background. Any questions about this visual? And so this is just a reminder, if you have questions, to put them in the chat, and definitely don't feel any way about jumping out there and interrupting me. And so lastly, what's work? How do we address these issues? So obviously this is difficult to address. All of us are deeply embedded within a racist system. And so we have to really do some internal work for ourselves. And then we also have to help the families that we are working with to do that for themselves. And so that goes back to that radical inquiry. What does it mean for us to be aware of the past and how it's impacting us today? And then being able to educate your families around this issue. And so I had you do that assessment. And so hopefully almost everyone knows where they are when it comes to their bias. So then the question is, how do you get your bias? One thing to discuss is racial identity development, how your racial identity develops over time. So this is one model that's focused on people of color. This identity model from Dr. Cross was developed, I believe, in the late 60s, early 70s, and it was really focused on Black identity. But over time, it was changed to the people of color racial identity model because it found that as they researched this theory, that it could be applied to other groups who are non-white. And so when we look at this process of racial identity, I want to first say that not everyone gets through all stages. So people can stay in pre-encounter or encounter. But when we think of people of color, pre-encounter is mostly childhood. It is people being engulfed in the dominant white culture and the belief that white is right, Black is wrong, but ultimately mostly unaware of the implications of race until they have what is called an encounter. So people of color typically have an encounter by the age of 13 or so. It could be very young, and the average age is 9. So by 9 years old, on average, children of color have had a racialized experience. And this experience is often traumatic. It is their first understanding that they are other or different. And it is often built around physical appearance, so skin color, hair, things of this nature. And it forces them to identify as a member of a marginalized race. It could be and often is one of those direct stressors that I talked about. So an instance of overt discrimination or being called a racial slur or racial bullying at school. And then we have immersion, which is where people of color are actively pursuing their history and culture. The next stage is internalization, where they feel secure in their own identity, but then also open to having relationships with people outside of their racial group. And then lastly, internalization commitment, which is when they are committed to the concerns of the race and that they are actively working to better their racial group. Any questions about this model? I would also like to ask any people of color on this call if they feel comfortable sharing their encounter. They can type it in the chat. An encounter, again, is the first understanding that you're different based on racial identity. Encounters, again, are usually in childhood for people of color. Then we have Dr. Janet Helms, who created a white racial identity model. She was Dr. Cross's counterpart, and they worked together, and her model is built off of his model. Just like Dr. Cross's model, white people will not all matriculate through all of these stages. Contact is, again, mostly in childhood, but contact can be a long process in white identity development. Again, some people will stay in contact. And so contact is color blindness. Ultimately, after segregation, there was a real push to ensure that white children would acclimate to integrating Black and brown children into schools. So one of the things that really stemmed from that is the understanding that they had to have some type of framing for white children in schools. And so a lot of colorblind discussions and came about after when there was a decision to integrate schools. And this is kind of what they modeled early childhood education moving forward, especially for white children, this understanding that color doesn't matter. And that people should be judged on decisions and the way they live their life or character. And so colorblindness was considered the way to go. And again, white children were really indoctrinated into colorblindness. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that as schools were being integrated, Black children were experiencing high levels of racial bullying and violence in schools. So when we think about how this process happened, it was in response mostly to integration. Colorblindness is saying that if we attribute poor outcomes and things of that nature to character and decisions, then we're kind of ignoring race as an issue, because then we can say if you lived in a different neighborhood, or if you were a better parent, or if you had a different job, or if you got a job, these kinds of things, then we could say, well, these poor outcomes are not about your color, they're about bad decisions and individual things of that nature. When in reality, racism is impacting people and it is changing their trajectory. White people can stay in contact again for their entire lives, only when they have a racialized experience that causes guilt or shame, according to Dr. Helms, do they move into disintegration. Often disintegration happens for white people in adolescence and early adulthood. So these are college experiences, maybe high school experiences, where they are either the perpetrators of a racialized incident, or they may be a bystander where they witnessed a racialized incident and maybe didn't intercede. Or either way, this racialized experience causes guilt and shame. And this is when they're in disintegration. This doesn't mean that people in contact don't have racialized experiences. It just means it doesn't result in guilt and shame. Reintegration, which is a very common stage in white identity, is the blame the victim stage. So this is when they have experienced feelings of guilt and shame. They acknowledge that race is a problem. However, they fall back on those individual decisions. If, again, people were parenting different, or that they made more money, or if they ate better, all the different ways that individual choices play a role. They also acknowledge that white people have privileges in our society, but they do acknowledge that it's because they deserve them, or that their efforts, that their privileges are based on efforts. And then we have pseudo-independence. And this is where there is an understanding and acceptance that racism is very impactful. And however, they are really relying on people of color, especially those people of color that are in their space and that they know personally, to bear the responsibility for addressing racism, to teach them what is racist, what isn't, and things of this nature. And then we have immersion, which is the acceptance of white identity, and also being anti-racist, which is a very buzzword, very buzzy word right now. But anti-racist is a very old term. And like I said, this model was done in the late 60s, early 70s. And Dr. Helms really pushed that a part of this phase is anti-racism, which is pushing back on racist ideology and actively working against racist ideology and being able to understand what is racist and what's not. But ultimately, that's not the height of racial identity development, according to Dr. Helms. According to Dr. Helms, it was autonomy, which is the pursuit of social justice, and also being able to do so without relying on people of color to bear the responsibility of educating or addressing racism. Any questions about these identity models? I would also, I know in the first one I asked for people of color to talk about their first contact. And so I would ask that those of you who identify as white to think about where you are on this model and maybe share it in the chat. So hopefully both of these models helped you to understand that, one, racial identity is a process, that it develops just like any other type or aspect of your identity. And it is deeply embedded within systems. So your understanding of race, how you respond to racism, is deeply embedded within how you were raised, the parenting practices, policies, and things of this nature. Thank you, Barbara, for sharing. So moving into immersion. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Hannah, that is often the case, that you can feel like you're in between stages, especially when it comes to immersion, because it is about where we are in our ability to understand race without the perspective of people of color, which can be difficult. So thank you guys for sharing. Both groups, when it came to identity development, it can be very, a space of vulnerability to share. So what does it look like to address this? Well, many times our work with families of color are not effective because we are not addressing race. And so, that's going to be one issue there. if you are interacting with families that are dealing with historical trauma and racial trauma, and you're not addressing race in your work, then you're not going to be able to really address the root causes. And especially, a lot of times it is around not being comfortable or being prepared. And so it does require a lot of education, working on your own bias, and getting to a space where you feel comfortable to talk with the family about race, even if you don't share the same racial background. And I would also like to point out at the very bottom where it says interventions are attempted by providers who view the individual as needing pity or sorrow. And so that is something that is extremely common, especially in fields that are dominated by white women. So the research shows that in education, social work, and other areas that are dominated by white women, that the not exactly low expectations, but that the feelings of pity or sorrow can lead to low expectations, which means that your work is ineffective. If you have low expectations of those that you're interacting with, your work will be ineffective. I would also like to point out the second one. So use of interventions where research is based on dominant mainstream culture. A lot of our research in the field of psychology and social work is deeply rooted in white supremacy. It's conducted on white college students, or is mostly, all of our theorists are mostly white men. Most of our theories came from the 50s and 60s, where we had, overt racism. And so you have to be able to think of your interventions from the social cultural perspective, which is something that really derived in the 70s and 80s. And so where does your research come from? What is, when you look at research, are you looking at it through your white supremacist lens? Are you expecting all families to be like white families? And why? And so being able to kind of look at interventions and research in a different way based on acknowledging bias is important. These interventions have been found to be very effective. So MST is especially important for children with poor behavior or even juvenile offenders. EMDR is very research-based. Race-based psychoeducation. So do your families know about historical trauma? Do they understand how trauma can be passed along to generations? Do they understand that survival-based parenting practices are due to racism and slavery and colonization? Home visits and in-home counseling are really the gold standard, and which may be difficult right now because of a pandemic, but that is the most effective. CBT is very effective, especially if you do it in conjunction with other services. Cultural interventions. There's lots of research that shows that people who are connected to traditional practices, that those types of practices are a protective factor. So having Indigenous children make sure that they are connected to their traditions, and African American families can create new ones. And they can also, you can have, if you have girls that are dealing with like self-destructive, self-harming, African American girls doing African dance. These kinds of things are something that connect them to themselves, that they can see themselves in their interventions. Even if they can't see themselves in you, like if you're a different race from them, but they can see themselves in the interventions that you craft for them, that's going to be important. The use of media. So especially for children are inundated by media all the time, and children of color often do not see themselves represented. And if they do, it's in a negative light. So being able to use the media that reflects people of color in a positive light can be very impactful. The use of genograms, very old school, but very impactful, for especially to outline historical trauma or any kind of trauma. to think about, what was your grandmother's life like? What was grandfather's life like? And then promoting DNA repair. So people who have been impacted by historical trauma have those epigenetic changes that we've been talking about. Promoting DNA repair is going to look like exercise, eating well, and getting sleep, and also engaging in positive childhood experiences, or we call PCEs, making sure that those children have these 7 factors in their lives can be also a way to heal their DNA. So hopefully what we've learned today is that this issue, it's very deeply embedded within our society. It's in our DNA, it's in our systems, it's in our associations that we make. It's something that we have to constantly work on. And so you want to make sure that you are actively pushing back against your bias, that you are actively working on ensuring that your families have the education that they need to address their problems, and that you are not perpetuating or centering whiteness in your work with children and families of color. So now I want to open up this last portion for discussion. And I carved this out on purpose. So I want us to turn our cameras on and to really have a discussion about what we've talked about today, or what we've learned today, or if anything in your responses. Especially in this virtual space, I always ask people to turn cameras on if they can, especially around discussion. So I want to open up this space for questions, comments. I also want you to use me as a resource. So you may have specific things that you are dealing with, and in your work. And so if you have a question that hasn't been discussed here, then you can ask that as well. And so feel free to come off mute or use the chat. Well, this is wonderful. It was that comprehensive. You have no questions. I did a great job. Well, I will say this. My understanding, I used to work in CPS. And so one of the things that I really had to grapple with as I did more work in my field is the understanding that the system was not working for those families. And so, my question to you is, how do you reconcile working in a system that is inherently racist? Or how do you reconcile working in any system? Because most of our systems are racist. What are you doing for yourself? And then also, what can you share with others, if anything?
I think I like the concept of radical inquiry. I figure that that's something that all of us can do, like wherever we are, wherever, like when I've done a lot of that, just really trying to educate and be present in spaces where I'm learning new things, increasing awareness, and then trying to figure out how that translates to the networks and the organizations that I'm working with, and like how to just elevate and raise everybody's awareness so that we're doing things differently. And in my community in Santa Barbara, it's especially challenging because people of color are more invisible. And so how do we bring folks in a safe, into spaces in a safe and inviting and welcoming way that feels good for them? That's been something that I'm really grappling with, trying to figure out, how do we create those welcoming, safe spaces where people want to show up?
Yeah, radical inquiry is really important. And one way to think about it in real terms is, like the three whys. So when I teach psychology courses, and so when I talk with my students about them being able to understand the real issue, is I ask them to, they gotta ask three whys. So I just went through an exercise with them with COVID, and so why are African Americans mostly impacted? I work in a HBCU, so most of my students are African American, and they were like, well, because of underlying conditions. Great. So why do African Americans, why are they more likely to have underlying conditions? Well, because of diet. Okay, great. Why do African Americans have this diet? And so you have to really keep pushing. And the more whys you ask, the more you're getting at root causes and systems issues. So radical inquiry is a great tool. And you need to be able to teach your families, especially children, how to do that for themselves. What's the root cause? Any other, and I know, let's see, I mean, Barbara, you also said that you were trying to find ways for people of color to feel like they can be involved. And so what you're talking about a lot of times is um, a good example of looking at issues without being stuck in that space where you are blaming the victim. So why aren't Black parents coming to this event where they can learn things? Or why aren't they're doing X, Y, and Z to better their situation, right? And it's a complex issue. There's so many different answers. I mean, if we believe in the Rise Center's visual that they're coping, right? Then that means that when they're not working or all these other things, they're also dealing with allostatic load of poverty and racism all the time. So they're tired. They need a space to zone out. They need to have really, really good coping skills. And they also need to overcome institutional distrust. So if they're interacting with you and you're representing your institution and they don't trust your institution, and for good reason, because their grandmothers told them not to trust your institution, because their grandfathers told them not to trust your institution, then you have to be able to think about what it means to be connected in a real way, and how do you put across your understanding of the issue as well, right? If you can convey your understanding of the issue, then they'll be more likely to interact with you. Any other questions?
I have a question, Ingrid. So you mentioned how people of color are overrepresented in the child welfare system, children of color, families of color, and that white women are sort of overrepresented in the helping professions. And so I'm just curious if you could share, examples you've heard of helping professionals who presumably are intending to help, but are inadvertently or I don't know, intentionally causing harm.
Yeah.
Because I think it may be the case that, sometimes there's significant harm that's caused without intention.
Yes. And so there's so many examples of this. Literally all of our examples of interventions not working is because of this issue. We have to have an understanding, and it's not just white women, let me be clear. The assessment that you took from Harvard says that about 75% of people in America are have a positive bias towards white people. And so that means people of color also have this positive bias towards white people, less, but still a significant amount. And as long as we are operating from this assimilation standpoint, which is, again, do we want all families to be like white families, right? And why do we want all families to be like white families? That's assimilation research. When I look at the differences between the two groups, right, I'm going to say, oh, white families are scoring here, white children are scoring here, and Black families are here, right? And so then the question is white your gold standard? And if it is, why? And why would you compare two groups that have such different experiences? I don't need to do research to find out that Black and Latino communities would have worse outcomes across the board in many, many ways, right? Because I already know that there's discrimination. I don't have to do that research. I know what the issue is, right? We might be thinking about micro things, but we're not looking at the elephant in the room, which is that we are a racist society. And so these groups are suffering more from different issues because we live in a racist society. And then the question is, am I also racist, right? And so the answer is, according to that study, most probably yes, right? You might be one of the 80 to 75% who have a positive bias towards white people. And then, so that means that either you have low expectations of families and people of color, which means that your interventions won't work well because you're going to be ineffective in your work with them because you have low expectations. You're not expecting them to succeed and do well. You're surprised when they do. You're also getting the message from education that your intervention is the way to go, right? This is research-based, there's evidence, right? But not really dissecting what is the evidence, what is the research, who's the researcher, who was the initial researcher done, with this research, who was the audience, who were the participants. And so if we don't do that kind of work, then we are just kind of leaning on the white supremacist system to help certain groups. And so as we continue to do this, of any race and any gender, we won't have effective outcomes. If you are not addressing race in your work with families of color, then you're not going to have any decent outcomes. And it kind of falls heavily on white women just because they just happen to be the group that is mostly in the people serving fields. But one example is education, where this happens quite often. So we have research that says that children who have teachers that are Black, especially elementary school teachers, are 16 times more likely to go to college. I mean, that's an interesting outcome, right? 16 times more likely, that's huge. And so people might think, oh, what are these Black teachers doing that is so great and awesome? And for me, I'm thinking, what are the white ones doing that would make it 16 times less likely for that child to go to college? I don't inherently believe that Black teachers are better teachers than white teachers. I don't believe that. But I believe that there's two things happening. One, that the child sees themselves in the teacher, right? So that's also at play. But then the other is that the teacher doesn't see themselves in the child. And so I think that that is the real issue, that you don't see yourself in the situation, in the student, in the child, in the family. And the reason why you don't see yourself is because you've bought into genetic race. You've bought into that people are different because of race, and not people are different because of environment.
And also, if I may say something too, white America's been taught to be afraid of Black people, and especially Black males and Black boys. And so we have a big problem there. Now, I work in Yolo County, and CPS takes more Black kids out of their homes than they do any other race in Yolo County, especially. Its population of Blacks is very low. And so we need to start paying attention to those type of things.
Yeah, and this is something, you know, that's deeply embedded in our society. You know, this understanding that we need to save Black children from their Black parents, right? Even though our research and understanding of this is very clear that children do better when they stay with their families. But if you believe that Blackness is somehow corrupt or you know, not as good as whiteness, then you might think that you're saving children by taking them from their families. And so, and that's not something you would think with a white family. I'm not saying this as an opinion. There's lots of research that shows this, that even when families are dealing with similar issues, that Black families are more likely to be dismantled by the child welfare system, especially when it comes to abuse, like physical abuse and substance and drugs. So we have a softer, gentler policy on white mothers who are using drugs than Black mothers who are using drugs. Why is that? Well, because we believe that Black mothers are inherently not fit to be parents. That's our overarching belief in our society. And so how are you leaning on that when you make your decisions? And then of course, again, if we fear Black people, then we might think we're saving Black children from their parents. And so this ideology is deeply rooted in our understanding of our society, of our country. But there is a root cause. This is not the truth, right? This is, you know, when we think about ultimately all of the negative or like, you know, Black people have poor PR, right? It's not, we don't have a good public image. The public image was specifically crafted, not from reality, but from, you know, like propaganda. I think at this point, we're pretty familiar with what propaganda looks like. But this understanding that this group is deficient ever since slaves have been freed. So as soon as they were freed, there was very clear propaganda on if slaves are freed, if they're free, then we have to be fearful of them. Because they're going to be free to, you know, interact with white people on an equal standing. That is the root of the fear of Black men. They'll be free to somehow be violent or sexually inappropriate with white women. These are very clear trends throughout our society. These are clear messages that we've received over time, and they are in your mind when you're interacting with people, because you are a part of that system. When you interact with people, you think about the things that your family members have told you about race. You know, you think about what your grandmother thinks about Black and brown people, or they don't miss you, even though you might disagree, right? Like when we just got through with Thanksgiving, you might have family disagreements around these issues. But those people were there when you were being raised. They were seeing the same things. Their beliefs and habits are also there. And so intergenerational transmission is not just with Black and brown families. Intergenerational transmission is also with white families and Asian families and Middle Eastern families. And so what are you getting from your ancestors when it comes to your beliefs, your ideology, your distrust? What have they taught you? And so this is where your biases come from. That's where your results come from. So we are right at time. Is there any, you know, questions that just have to be answered before I go? Anything that's lingering still? Well, you should receive the link to the files that I shared today. And so I want to thank you for sure for being attentive and
Well, I have a
engaged.
question.
Sure.
Well, I mean, first of all, hi, I'm Esme. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry
Nice to
I
meet you.
showed up late, not a morning person,
No,
but I've been engaged in my community for a long time, and I've been doing a lot of anti-racist work as well. Maybe I don't know if I don't think this is probably the conversation or the place to have it, but I did have a question regarding I mean, I'm transgender, I'm light-skinned, I'm Chicana, and I've just been using to address some of um, the inquiry, radical inquiry, and how do you get communities of color to trust you and to believe or to have more faith in what you're doing? And I think what you said hit it right on the head which is doing the work with them, doing the work with us, and um, just to give a success story within my with what my work and in my yak is I I showed I'm a new hire for Corbin or for Children's Bureau, and um my community is Mexicans, Latinx, Brown, and developing trust with someone who's light skinned, someone they hadn't met before, but someone who's very much a part of the community. A lot of the children weren't being very responsive when I was first doing work with them, meeting on a weekly basis. And if you just keep putting your heart and your money where your mouth is, if you're anti-racist, if you do believe in your community, um, that consistency is what's going to get your community to start responding to you in a better way, I think.
yeah. Yeah, and you are touching on a lot of different issues that showed up in what we discussed before. So even within groups, lighter skin can be a source of distrust. And that's just because, again, we are all in this racist system. So even within racial groups, lighter colorism is a thing. And so I think that definitely reflects that, and radical inquiry and being consistent is helpful. And I just want to add one more thing, that especially around systems, where you're interacting one-on-one, that's one area, it has a lot of impact, but systems work is varied. There's lots of different things to do. And so you can do a lot of work one-on-one, but if there's bad policies out there, then you're going to hit up against those policies in your work. And so that's why it's important to teach the people that you work with radical inquiry so they can advocate for themselves. And that way, because there's power in numbers. So when you don't have power in resources and you have power in your people, you have power in numbers. So an educated community can be very powerful advocates for themselves. And so what would that look like if we had some power building in these community spaces? Well, Merritt and
so
Madison,
sorry
thank you
that
for
we
having
have
me.
Oh, Ingrid, I just want to thank you on behalf of the group. Really, we so appreciate the opportunity just to think with you about race and learn and talk a little bit about this topic. I feel a little bit sad that kind of just as folks are getting up the courage to raise questions, it's time for us to go. But it is a difficult topic, and we're really just appreciative of your time. So thank you.
Thank you for having me.
That is gonna. So we're gonna break now for lunch. We'll take an hour for lunch, and then we'll return for our next speaker is Storm Irwin, and she'll be starting at 1. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1. Thank you, Ingrid. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We'll be using the same link for the returning meeting.
Yep. We're gonna just leave. I'll just leave this open, and then you can either just stay on or just come back.
All right, thank you.
Using the same link. Thanks.
30 minutes, correct?
1 hour, 60 minutes. Can you hear me, Madison?
I'm not Madison, but I can hear you.
Thank you. I was just going to ask again. Thank you.
I've been here for the last 13 minutes, just listening and watching people go through slides.
Thank you. We'll get started in a minute. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'm super excited for our next session. I'm pleased to introduce the featured speaker, Storm Irvin, and she'll be presenting on racial equity and victim services. And Storm is a research analyst with the Urban Institute's Justice Policy Center, as well as a social justice advocate working on racial and class equity across disciplines. Are you ready, Storm?
Yes, I am ready. Thank you, Merritt. Should I share my screen now?
Yes.
Oh, you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. Okay. Okay, can you all see my screen without my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, great, thank you. I'm going to get
Yes.
started. Just a disclaimer, I've had, like my past presentation, my notes popped up in the screen, so didn't want to do that again. But thank you, Madison and Merritt, for having me. I am going to give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Storm Irvin. First and foremost, I wanted to say hi to my mother. This is the first time she's ever heard me talk outside of the house and outside of our phone calls. So because of Zoom and technology, she's able to introduction myself. I'm Storm Irvin. I am an independent researcher by profession. So at Urban Institute in Washington, DC, I conduct research and I'll explain that later. However, I am also a private citizen. Prior to my time at Urban, I was really involved with racial justice and activism. And so that does not necessarily inform my work at Urban, but it may in times inform my analysis of empirical evidence and research findings. With that in mind, my work at Urban right now, or over the past few years, I look at interventions for domestic violence, both on the survivor side and also on the people who cause harm. So just a brief portfolio of what I do. I look at how jurisdictions, so I'm looking at how one county on the East Coast is responding to survivors of domestic violence and those who are accused of domestic violence. I'm looking at programs that are set up to help those who've been experienced gender-based violence, whether that's human trafficking or domestic violence. And I also looked over the past 2 years at how prisons, United States prisons, state prisons are responding to survivors who are also incarcerated. I did this work led by Janine Buck-Willison and Janine Zweck at the Urban Institute. So aside from survivors, again, I also evaluate programs that are looking at how people are responding to people who cause harm, right? So there's the people who experience harm, and then there's people who cause harm. Oftentimes these people are one and the same, but the programs are set up to address both needs and accountability of people who cause harm. Finally, for my research right now, I'm looking at how cities are intervening in gun violence, including homicide. So when a shooting occurs or when a homicide occurs, how are cities relying on community-based models to prevent and respond to that? I say that all to say, when I talk about victimization today, I'll mostly focus on domestic violence, but then I'll give examples of how domestic violence among adults, I should say, but how other forms of victimization also play into racial equity and victim services. So thank you for having me. And I am now going to get started. We can slightly see your, oh, thank you. Yep. Thank you, Madison. Yes, thank you all for welcoming my mother too. Okay, going to get started. Okay, that's all right. So the objectives today are, we're going to first explore risk factors for experiencing violence. Again, mostly we want to talk about domestic violence. Outside of that, we want to connect how those risk factors, connect intersectionality to those risk factors. So what does it look like to hold multiple marginalized identities, and what does that mean for victimization? Finally, moving from there, we want to unpack, right? So what are the root causes for risk factors? Risk factors are not necessarily causal mechanisms. You know, in social science, we like to say correlation does not imply causation. But what is one of the root causes of why these risk factors are even in existence? So we'll get into that. Finally, we're going to set the vision forward. You know, we don't want to stop at the problem. We want to try to envision how we can move forward to address racial equity, address risk factors, and address the root causes of some of those risk factors. For some reason, my slides on my screen are not updating. Give me a second. We're just gonna keep going with this. So again, exploring risk factors. So to begin, give me a second here. I'm gonna play with technology a little bit, having trouble. Just gonna run through some risk factors, some pretty known ones, but I'm also gonna cite research evidence that connect risk factors to victimization. So to begin, several studies show that women report a higher prevalence of both lifetime and past year victimization to domestic violence. This is both in self-report surveys and also in surveys to and reports to officials. So this can mean law enforcement, this can mean adult protective services agencies. Women have historically in research reported more forms of domestic violence. Research also shows that experiencing previous trauma is a risk factor for violence. For instance, when children experience victimization, they have increased likelihood of experiencing later childhood sexual abuse. Further, among women who experience intimate partner violence, those reporting childhood physical abuse or witnessing parental violence were a 4 to 6-fold increase of experiencing intimate partner violence. So again, witnessing intimate partner violence as a child increased risk of experiencing physical intimate partner violence. And I also want to make the distinction for those on the call between domestic violence and intimate partner violence. So domestic violence is pretty broad. It's abuse in the household, and also abuse is not just physical. It can be verbal, it can be psychological, emotional, financial. Oftentimes when we talk about research or talk about practice, we're referencing physical abuse, but there are multiple types of abuse. And so that's domestic violence overall. Intimate partner violence is violence between two partners. So a husband and a wife, a husband and a husband, a wife and a wife, or two people who are just intimately involved. So when I say intimate partner violence, that's the distinction. It's two intimate partners versus domestic violence can even be between an uncle and a niece, or an uncle and a nephew. So any type of familial or household violence is domestic violence. So moving on, another risk factor that research often cites as associated with violence or victimization is having a low household income. One systematic review found that deprivation, including unemployment and low income, was predictive of experiencing intimate partner violence. Further, having limited physical or mental ability has been associated with experiencing violence. One study I want to highlight, as oftentimes when we think about victimization, we think about women or we think about children. Well, this study looked at men with serious mental illnesses, and they found that men with disabilities are more likely to report sexual victimization. And that wasn't necessarily in comparison to like women with serious mental illnesses or children. It was against compared to men who didn't have serious mental illnesses. So men with serious mental illness compared to men who didn't were at increased likelihood of reporting sexual victimization. Further, being lesbian, gay, transgender, or queer puts people at increased risk. Data from the from the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is one of the nation's largest victimization survey efforts, found that people who are LGBT are 2.7 times more likely to be a victim of violent crime than those who are straight or cisgender. And finally, in a national sample of over 2,000 people who are homeless, 54% experienced victimization during their time while homeless. Theft and beatings were among the most prevalent forms of victimization. So here are some risk factors. Obviously, there's more: isolation. I can go further, but I decided to highlight these for the sake of time. So what I just provided were risk factors overall. So anyone holding any of those identities are at increased risk. But I want to challenge us to think about what it means to hold one of those identities and to be a person of color, especially to be a Black person. So looking at risk factors through an intersectional lens, being a Black or a person of color and a woman puts you at increased risk. For instance, research found that belonging to a minority ethnic or racial group was also predictive of intimate partner violence. For Latinx women or Hispanic women, being born in the United States versus being foreign born is a risk factor. Further, across 18 states, Black women were more likely to experience intimate partner violence. So as far as having a low household income, I did not come across research that showed that Black people with low household incomes and white people have, there's like a big difference in how often they are exposed to violence. However, what I did find that was, I skipped one. Sorry. Adverse childhood experience. I did not come across research showing that Black people are more likely to be exposed to previous trauma. However, I did find like recent research that came out in 2020 that said Black children are more likely to report having an adverse childhood experience. And so I'm sure most of you are familiar working with the youth population. ACEs, or your ACEs score, is very indicative of trauma. And in a study that came out a few months ago, Black children were more likely to report having an adverse childhood experience. I am monitoring the chat. And Shamir, I'll have my contact information afterwards. I can just shoot over a bibliography of all the sources. I do have sources listed at the end, but I didn't want to have like 5 slides of references. Okay, so yes, having an adverse childhood experience, which means Black children are already set up in youth to have trauma. So if having previous exposure to trauma is a risk factor, we have to think about what that means for Black youth as they move into adulthood. So now regarding class, research actually shows that rates of non-fatal victimization among poor Black households and poor white households are about the same. I find that interesting because while I am highlighting here how being Black and another marginalized identity puts you at increased risk, I didn't necessarily find that with income, but I did find that poor households, both Black and white, are at a similar risk of experiencing non-fatal victimization, so a form of harm that doesn't result in death. Finally, Tuplin et al. And authors looked at victimization among adults with serious mental illnesses. Researchers found that when there were racial or ethnic differences, prevalence was almost always higher among African-American persons than among any other racial group. For example, significantly more African-American men than white or Hispanic men were victims of aggravated assault. Again, thinking about men with serious mental illness, Black men were more likely to experience aggravated assault. Further, in a study of 248 LGBTQ youth in Chicago, Black and other race youth were approximately 3 to 4 times more likely to experience physical, intimate partner violence compared to whites. Finally, some research finds that being Black and houseless is not associated with higher victimization, though other research finds that when including measures of disaffiliation, health problems, and traumatic events, Black people who are houseless have a greater likelihood of victimization. Furthermore, research also shows that Black people are more likely to be houseless or homeless, and therefore that in and of itself could increase their risk of victimization. So before I continue, the next few stats, they're daunting, as they should be. But I do want to warn you that again, this isn't necessarily a feel-good presentation. We're talking about racism and how it affects people's lives every day. So Black men are most likely to become victims of homicide. Black and Indigenous women are more likely to experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime. Black transgender women are more likely to be murdered than transgender women of any other race. Black children are more likely to suffer from maltreatment. So the next few portion of this, we'll talk about the root causes of it. And what I don't want you all to think or to leave with saying like, well, those are some daunting statistics. Something must be wrong with Black people. When actually, Black people are not the problem. White supremacy is the problem. I am going to check the chat. Great, okay. White supremacy is the problem. White supremacy, okay, you're supposed to see that, there it is. White supremacy is the problem. It was even a problem to show up, but it shows up when it needs to, even though it shouldn't. So examining some risk factors for experience, so examining some of the root causes of violence. So what creates the conditions and the livelihood for poverty to exist, for people to have low socioeconomic income, for people to be unemployed, for people to be houseless, all of these things which affect Black and brown people disproportionately more than other races, right? Patriarchy, heteronormativity. And one thing in my activist work that I say is systems of oppression, systems of violence, white supremacy, heteronormativity, they don't just affect the oppressed, while they definitely affect the oppressed more, they also affect the oppressors. To be born into a system where you are taught to be violent, taught that your identity makes you superior to another identity, and then to have to live life thinking that way when it's just absolutely not true. So you are also affected by a system of violence. Finally, structural inequality. Where are the resources? Where are the investments? Some protective factors against victimization include socialization, peer support. If you are in communities that are absent of that or have very little places or very few places for people to convene or very few places for people to socialize, right? Are you then at increased risk for victimization? And I talk a lot about victimization, but one thing I want to talk about here is how when we talk about urban neighborhoods or Black neighborhoods, especially with certain politicians, there's always this focus on Chicago or maybe Baltimore or places like where I'm from, St. Louis. And the conversation is always around, oh, well, they're killing each other. They're monstrous, they're disaster, they're terrorists. And that's problematic for a few reasons. One, if crime is so high in these neighborhoods, then you know what else is high? Victimization. Two, the risk factors for engaging in crime, for shooting, are also very similar to the risk factors for being victimized. Race is at both ends, right? And also we have to think of three, where is violence learned? The conditions that Black people are living in and come through were not created by them. So we have to think about behaviors and where they're learned from. And white supremacy is a very violent system in and of itself, and we're all born into it. And so this quote, which I'm going to read verbatim, resonated with me when I was doing a review of research to talk about this topic. Most people who become poor, even quite subtly or have recurrent, quite long-term experience of living in poverty, they actually never engage in criminal activity. However, a minority of people who are known to them and surround them in their everyday lives where they live, nevertheless often do engage in this activity. Crime is connected to their lives because they are more likely to be victimized by it. I want to read that last sentence again. Crime is connected to their lives because they are more likely to be victimized by it. And as I said earlier, exposure to violence, exposure to trauma is a risk factor for experiencing violence later. Black people have been exposed to violence in ways that go beyond what I can say here today, right? Black people in America, I should say, brown people in America, I should say, have been exposed to violence. So when it's connected to their lives, crime is connected to life because they have become, because again, they are more likely to be victimized by it. I know this is kind of heavy, at least I hope it's heavy. I want it to be heavy. I want us to be a little bit uncomfortable sitting with this, but I don't want us to stay here, right? I want us to think about how we can move forward, what we can do differently. And I am a researcher, but in my research, I talk to a lot of practitioners. I can't do research without those people on the ground doing the work directly versus whether they're service providers, whether they are people who are impacted by harm, whether they are people who are incarcerated, right? It can't just stop knowing, it can't be a pity party. It can't be a I'm sorry, and it can't be a savior complex either, but there has to be work done. So let's envision a path forward. How do we tackle the root causes of violence and cultivate safe communities? Now I'm going to open it up, but again, given the research and given some of the work I've done, I do have a few solutions that I want to posit. And so I'm going to do that, but then I also want to hear from you because I'm not the expert on this. We all have expertise, but I don't know if there's a single expert. And also you all are doing this work. I'm also a researcher, keep that in mind. So one, center the needs of the survivor and address the needs of the community. What does the survivor want? What is the survivor asking for? How can we be responsive to the survivor, right? And I'll talk later about non-punitive responses and while many survivors don't report harm because of punitive responses, however, we have to think about that. But also with that in mind, the possible response or the possible consequences of reporting, if you're addressing one survivor, that survivor may have people who are around them, right? People who may also be struggling with poverty, people who may also be struggling with mental health, people who may also have had adverse childhood experiences. And if these are their peer supports, then their needs must be addressed too, so that the whole family, so that the whole household, right, or the whole social network can work toward healing and work toward having their risk factors reduced, risk factors for crime, right, or harm. Two, acknowledge and address the most, oh, wait, did it move? No, is it moving? Okay, there we go. It's weird. Acknowledge and address the multiple forms of victimization or polyvictimization. So again, I will keep saying this, white supremacy is the largest driver of violence. So when you deal with Black and brown clients, people, we can just scratch that off. We know that they've been affected by white supremacy to some extent. In addition to white supremacy, as research showed, right, Black children are more likely to have experienced adverse childhood experiences and or childhood maltreatment. So that's two forms of victimization right there. And these are all hypothetical, not based off research, but it's very likely that they may have experienced aggravated assault, domestic violence. We have to be responsive to all of these needs and understand that they could exist in one person. So I ask us all to acknowledge and address, right? Know that it's there, but then also know a solution. And this next slide is my favorite. Confirm referral sources. So this is actually borrowed from practitioners who I work with, who I don't know if I'm at liberty to say, but they work with clients who have actually engaged in intimate partner violence, who have caused intimate partner violence, and they adopt a trauma-informed approach where they also want to refer these people to services to make sure their needs are addressed. And a lot of times the service providers, or as any profession, we don't have all the answers. We have very limited lanes and we can, feed off other lanes, but we know our lane. And what we will do often, or what I've seen practitioners do, or what they also reference that practitioners do, is they refer out, oh, I can't necessarily provide you housing, or I can't necessarily connect you to this job fair. So you'll call another organization, or you maybe won't. Maybe you just have a database of other organizations, and you give that information to a client or a client's family. That client and their family call, and no one's there. We don't want people who are coming to service provision to lose hope or to lose faith. These people have been through very traumatic experiences. They're possibly going through traumatic experience and dealing with whatever legal proceedings that they may have. One way we can be helpful is to confirm referral sources to make sure those people who are in place to help them are actually in place to help them, and that there isn't eligibility criteria that may turn them away. Again, it's simple. Confirm that the referral sources are there. Next is foster non-punitive responses. So one way, so oftentimes people don't report for various reasons. Erica Henderson, who's on this call, and I talk about it in one of our recent reports on elder abuse, where we talk about how fear of retaliation by the person who caused harm. If a person is from an immigrant family, they may have undocumented people in their lives who they fear them maybe possibly facing deportation or experience with ICE or incarceration. Incarceration can be traumatizing, both for the person who is going to incarceration, also for the family. Finally, incarceration and separation could also add increased burden on the survivor. So I say this with the caveat of, what does the survivor want? What is it going to take to make the survivor safe? And if that means not necessarily separating or punishing, how can we work together, right? Oftentimes, as I mentioned, survivors and offenders aren't necessarily different. They're actually one and the same. But when brought to authorities, they end up on one side of the aisle, survivor or offender. And I also encourage us to utilize the community as researchers, as practitioners, as social workers. I'm not that, but I know my audience. We have this idea that because we've spent years in school or years practicing, that we are the experts and we know how to help. But the community, if we want to prevent harm, the community is who's going to be there first. It's not 911, it's not Child Protective Services, it's my next door neighbor, right? So we need to we need to rely on the people who are already set up. What are the social supports already in the community, and how can they help intervene or prevent? Again, these are all ways to foster non-punitive responses. Finally, okay, don't forget about survivors in prison. So again, as I mentioned earlier, I was part of a project led by the Urban Institute, where we study how survivors in prison, how prisons are helping survivors to heal. That may sound like an oxymoron, but what we found is that a lot of times service providers were key in delivering trauma-informed services and prevention techniques. Or not prevention, prevention as far as being victimized while in prison. But if you think about, research shows that people who are incarcerated, women in particular, have most likely experienced some form of intimate partner violence or domestic violence prior to their time incarcerated. It's easy to forget about this population because they're incarcerated. Our assumption is they've done crime, they deserve to be there. This can also be applied to juveniles or people in the juvenile justice system, right? We know that Black children are most likely to experience maltreatment and also experience adverse childhood experiences. Does putting them in a juvenile system mean that they're not survivors? Does that mean that they're not victims? How do we reach them? How do we help them to heal and to get the services that they need? So I challenge us all to think about how we can expand our work to be trauma-informed to people who may have also been charged with the crime. So I've talked a lot. I hope it's a little less heavy, and I hope these few 5 slides provided some ways. But again, I know my lane. I don't have all the answers. I can't do it all. And so I do want us to talk about what are some ways that you've seen, that you've helped to cultivate communities in your work. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I hope that this part can be a conversation. And please feel free to turn on your mic, and turn on your camera. And I will put the question in the chat.
So, hi, Angel here. I'm sorry, my camera is just not wanting to cooperate, or maybe it's user error, I don't know. But one of the things that I like when I'm working with the families that I work with is trying, and that I learned a long time ago, because I like to see, I don't know that I necessarily like to see, but I always seem to see like what people are capable of, and I can just see a lot of times much more than what they seem to see in themselves and what their abilities are. And I just used to, when I came in young, and I just had so many dreams and hopes of all these things that they could do, and that was really kind of inhibiting. Not that I shared those things, but in my own mind, And until my supervisor at one point told me, you know, that's not really what they need. That's what you want for them. And that might not even be anything that is within their realm of anything that they've ever thought of. And so you really, regardless of whether or not you're saying it to them, it's still kind of an implied, I'm sure, in the tone that you're having. So learning to work with them and helping them to find their voice so they can have a voice, not just when they're talking with me, but when they're talking with other agencies or just people in general, or and helping them find that confidence and just practice having their own voice and knowing that it's okay, whatever it is that their thoughts are and their needs, that they're okay, and not to listen to excuse the language, but the crap that some other people want to shove down their throats about what's acceptable and what's not, about what it is they're feeling.
Absolutely. Sorry, there's an ambulance in my background, but I think that was Angel. I'm sorry, I was listening. I think the idea of, instead of telling them what we think is best, allowing them to tell us what we think is best. And I think oftentimes in the legal system world, there's an idea of here's what needs to happen, or here's what has to happen. And the proceedings are guided by those who are not the ones who necessarily just experienced this traumatic event, but by those who have this protocol set where they say, okay, X, Y, Z happened, here's what we're gonna do. So how do we reverse that, right? And I think that's what you're saying as far as allowing them to have agency and like helping them to find their voice, to understand, hey, here's what can happen. Does anyone else have similar experiences?
On my end, I worked in the field of humanities since I was a kid. Actually, my mom used to take my nephew and I to a women's abuse shelter when we were like 6 to help volunteer, and also be involved in the powwow circle where we would give out blankets and items of that nature to other people in the Native American community. But from my professional experience, I'm working as the Prairie Director of Outreach for an LGBTQ center over in San Joaquin County, which is predominantly conservative in nature. One of the hugest things about empowering the LGBTQ community was seeing the community for both its faults as well as for the things that make it what it is, like the issues of and also meeting people where they like someone said in the chat where they were and where they associate. Like, so one of the issues that has been pretty high with our community is just the use of substance use and abuse and alcoholism, as well as the increased rates of the use of meth. And one of the ways we were thinking about how to ideally address the issue. We're going to use outside community partners to help address the issue, or whether we're going to be doing it something to ourselves. And we end up settling on ways of making ourselves present at places where things are going on. That means going and doing outreaches at bars, parties, letting people know about some of the side effects, as well as letting them know about alternate activities. Because even if we're not necessarily punishing a behavior, we also want to offer people who might be engaging in these high risk behaviors a chance to engage in something else that could be mutually stimulating, that isn't such as high risk, and allows them to actively make more formal connections, and the connections that will allow them to succeed. And that was like a year-long project that I'm hoping is still going on today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something you said that really resonated with me is not seeing the community for their faults. And that is, you weren't trying to, but it unintentionally called me in. And what this presentation I had done, which was highlight community's faults, which were like, here are all the wrong things happening in the Black community. And I don't also want us to leave with that either. I wanted to think, well, what I didn't necessarily have time to do, because I was trying to like highlight the issue, was Black communities are radiant. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of opportunity for celebration, you know, in various ways, in various capacities. And so again, using that, or going to where they are and meeting them where they are, whether that's in the club, in the bar. Okay, you come as a victim service provider, maybe wear a different hat, but right. Also tapping in the community, right? The place where you're working should be hiring those from the community who, again, won't be seen as intimidating or won't be seen as, oh, is this person coming in? There's a fear of social workers at times, right? Is this person coming in to separate me and my family, you know? So yes, tapping into the social supports that we do have, right? And utilizing that and maximizing that opportunity to prevent and to help heal.
I'm new to working in the social services, and I've been employed um, in my position for about 3 months, going on 4 now. But I've also been an active community member in my community, and one of the ways that I connect with my community is through art and music, like Stormy just said, like, you know, radiant culture, radiant community. And I think art and music are forms of resistance. And it's really connected to who we are, especially like if we're talking about like trauma and abuse and marginalized communities. That's how that's how a lot of us express ourselves, and healing. It could be incredibly healing. And I've been involved in radical community uh, work and engagement for about 6 or 7 years, like with an organization called Rock and Roll Camp for Girls, which is, I was one of the co-organizers for the Orange County chapter. And we that was a way to connect with our community. It was Orange County encompassing a large area in California, okay? But it was incredibly multicultural, and music was secondary. I mean, it was called Rock and Roll Camp for Girls was the name of the organization, and still an organization that's operating um, at different chapters throughout the globe and throughout the country. And I was a part of the Orange County one, and I also helped with the Southeast LA. Um, but one of the ways that I'm helping my community further um, become close and unified is through podcasting. Is something that I just recently got into. Not only because I'm also a person from my community, right? And I acknowledge my own space and place within it. But podcasts I think are an important tool right now to keep people connected and to help people heal, and identifying which ones to follow and stuff like that, and empowering people to create their own as well.
Yes, everything you said is just yes. Art, music. I don't know if I have any of my urban colleagues on the call, but there's a research area of like place-based, like I want to say like community art and community like healing that looks outside of like, okay, we know healing doesn't necessarily come from the traditional criminal legal system, but through the things that you're saying, place-based activities. And when we think about, when I talk about investment into neighborhoods, and what am I talking about, right? Social supports, social programs, teaching music, teaching equations, whatever that may be. Not everyone wants to play sports, or not everyone wants to play sports. You know, not too many places have options, you know, not every sport is even available. So yes, those words really resonate with me. And again, music is healing. And I wanted to throw out my favorite podcast, but I don't necessarily know if I should.
Well, I'll go ahead and link I'll link some of my new podcast, and I'll link some other like Instagram things that I follow for that are very multicultural, very inclusive, radical Instagrams and things to follow.
Absolutely, that would be great for us on the call. And I also wonder if there's a way to share those with people who, like, we are in our professional capacity, our professional role, but a lot of times our professional role requires us to work with people who are in the community in whatever aspect. So I wonder if there's room to share with them as well. Like, hey, here's some things I listen to, kind of building the person that you are, right? And not just the service provider that you are. But yeah, I would love if you could share that. There's some things in the comments or in the chat, I could read those off, but I didn't know if people wanted to share out loud. So I want to create space for that.
I shared a comment in the chat. This is Jennifer. I come from a research perspective, but probably one of the best projects that I ever worked on was studying something called the Arts Infusion Initiative in Chicago. It was a huge effort to really involve youth who were at risk or involved in the justice system in a variety of different arts programs developed by local community providers, some embedded in the schools and the elementary schools even, and others just operating out of, local space, even a park. And it's just fantastic to see that positive impact on just giving people a source of pride. There were one of the programs called, I think it was like Free Right, operating out of the Cook County Detention Center, just bringing the youth together to produce music with these fantastic equipment, and also participate in spoken word performances, like develop their own. Just a great way to connect people and build up their strengths and even skills in terms of that you don't get from, because you're not exposed to the great, you don't have the same great attention to educational and extracurricular activities that kids in wealthier communities get. And so it was a great way to build up all of that.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing, Jennifer. I know Jennifer. So yes, thank you. And so something somebody else said in the chat was attending webinars, and I read a lot, go to lots of Black and Indigenous peoples of colors and other webinars. I donate financially. Yes, that's always great. To the Southern Poverty Law Center, Human Rights Campaign, Integrity. I think, Shira, this is beautiful. All of this and more. One thing that people have a hard time doing is, one, admitting their own ignorance, but also two, going to space that make them uncomfortable where they're required to learn. And I think Zoom makes it easy because you can show up, you can change your name. Nobody has to know who you are, right? And you can go to these spaces virtually and learn and absorb and maybe minimize some of the ignorance or the privilege, not ignorance, but not the privilege, but ignorance that you may think you have. Maybe you're not that ignorant, maybe you are. But again, going to spaces that illuminate that is helpful. And now virtually, it's less like, there's less of a microscope on you. So yes, and also, I mean, I don't know what people's financial abilities are, but donations are always great. So this is good. This is good. And Hannah mentioned acknowledging the justified mistrust of the system as a service provider and building from, and opening the conversation can be a helpful space for healing. Right, I think, Hannah, that's great too. I think it gets to something I thought about earlier on, which is where you establish your humanity as a service provider. It's easy to put on your service provider hat and keep it there, but then when you have those conversations, you acknowledge that, hey, I know I'm coming from a space that you may associate with, separation or harm. I recognize that, right? And I think that alone can help. Again, it's not research based. It's just me thinking like, okay, somebody can acknowledge why I may be quiet. By acknowledging maybe the elephants in the room, then maybe I'm a little bit more comfortable and I can be a little bit more vulnerable, right? I think vulnerability is always key. And I don't know how often that is encouraged. And I had a colleague who, I don't know if wants to share, but thinks a lot about mutual aid and setting up system of care outside of public structures, which is a form of transformative justice. I don't put anybody on the spot, but if anyone is familiar with mutual aid or wants to talk about it, please, by all means.
Sure. I'll name myself as said colleague. Hi, everyone. My name is Melanie. One thing that I think is really important to think about is, you may have heard what Storm said, the term mutual aid. So what that means is it's not a form of charity. It's a form of community support that does not include a transactional aspect, but is rather based kind of in holistic care, support, and love. And so it's really ways for groups and vulnerable people who may not always be served by structures that exist, like the regular wage system or The welfare system that is connected to the government, mutual aid, is a way for people to take care of each other kind of no matter what and without anyone else's help. And so it can really be hyper local on a community scale or bigger across cities. But in my work here in DC and previously working with survivors in North Carolina, working in mutual aid groups was a really important way to kind of, like you said, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but in the chat, acknowledge the justified mistrust of systems that exist and kind of not only show people how you can create spaces of care and support outside of those, but also in participating yourself, you may kind of come to realize what needs are really out there. You know, maybe you as a victim service provider are really focused on getting people cell phone access or something like that. And then you're at a mutual aid event and you realize that the same group of survivors you're working with haven't had access to clean hygiene products or like warm food in weeks. And so it can kind of be both a learning and contribution relationship. And I would just really suggest that if you're interested, you seek out mutual aid groups, particularly during the holiday season in your area, and find ways that you can support either with your time, labor, or donations.
Thank you, Melanie. And Esme, looks like they shared some interesting things to follow as well. So thank you all. I'm going to share my screen to end here. Can somebody confirm that what you see on your screen is a slide of a green person?
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay. So ultimately, what this conversation just helped us do is to go from a dead tree, right? Where root causes are masked in poverty, masked in structural inequality, masked in white supremacy. What we're trying to do is move here, where we have nothing but life and vigor. And the root causes are that of love, of healing, of community support, right? Of system responses that are not punitive, that are not traumatizing in and of itself, that are actually inspired by the people who are affected by them. And so I have hope that from this conversation and from what I presented here today, that we can continue taking steps, because this is never going to be the first step, right? But to build off the movements behind us, move off the work that we know, move from the trauma that we know, right? We know that Black communities have been traumatized, but Black communities are resilient and Black communities are celebratory. And so how do we, again, build from that and go from, again, deadness to life? With that, does anyone have any questions? If so, please let me know. I'm also going to share my contact information for folks who would like to get in contact with me. And these slides will be available after the presentation as well. And I'm going to update them. I do have selected references at the last slide. There are a lot. But if you want the full bibliography, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always happy to help out however I can. And so again, I'm opening up the floor for questions, but also I'm going to keep my contact information on the screen. Thank you, Jennifer. If there aren't any questions, I will conclude and stop sharing my screen. Just wanted to make sure you all saw my Twitter that I have under 200 followers. If you want to follow me, but if not, I understand the pressure.
Hey, Storm, I have a quick question if you have time.
I do have the time. I have ample time.
So I'm coming from the Child Advocacy Center world and currently working with my team to develop curriculum for a victim advocacy training. And we're really thinking about how to bring this conversation of racial equity and historical trauma into the training, since it just really goes hand in hand with trauma-informed care, which is a core component of the victim advocacy training. And something I've been grappling with as I think about this is this truth that that hurt people, like that Venn diagram that you shared. And I think in these like punitive systems, especially within child abuse, we get caught in this like good guy, bad guy binary, or this, you know, offender survivor binary, when that isn't often the case. And so since victim advocates are really that person that is with the family through this whole process, and they really need to foster that strong and trusting relationship with them, it seems important that the victim advocate has this nuanced understanding that people can hold those multiple identities or experiences. So I guess my question is, what are your suggestions for facilitating that conversation, or what tools would you give these victim advocates to have that nuanced understanding and to really, so they can better understand the family and their dynamics and withhold judgment or frustration.
Absolutely, that's a great question. I'm also really happy that you mentioned that that's often a false binary. Actually, Miriam Kaba talks about first time somebody enters violence, it's not when they actually perpetrate it. And I actually paraphrase, but Miriam Kaba is one of the leaders, phenomenal leaders in the transformative justice movement. And so I mentioned Miriam Kaba's name because I would refer to Miriam Kaba, and they have sorry, I don't know the pronouns, so I am careful of misgendering, but I know they have a number of public talks and webinars that they've given. I would be happy to send that over and you can incorporate that into your training. Another book that I would mention is Common Justice, and Common Justice, oh, not Common Justice, wow, sorry. It's a book by Danielle Surratt, who's the executive director of Common Justice in Brooklyn, New York. And Common Justice is the first alternative to incarceration for felony offenses. And Danielle Surratt wrote a book where in the first chapter, she talks about survivors, and she talks about that, that overlap and how, what survivors want, and also like, what does prison mean for survivors? So what does incarceration mean for some people who've already experienced that harm? So those are the tools I would recommend. I'm always happy to talk to, but I also want to lift up people who help get me to this space of understanding, that there isn't that necessarily a dichotomy, and then also the legal system itself can be traumatizing. So I would be happy to refer some of their public work over to you. And so that's where I would start, is just looking at those who have kind of already like put their voice and their platform out there, and I can happily share it with you.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah, hurt people hurt people. People who are exposed to violence are more likely to engage in violence, either as the person causing it or the person experiencing it. So no further questions. I'm sure my contact information has been up long enough. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Are there any other questions for Storm?
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Mommy, for coming. My mommy's still here. And my sister's also here. She showed up too. So thank you all. And if there
definitely, Storm, I definitely want to thank you on behalf of the group. It was just a wonderful session. And personally, I just really enjoyed the opportunity to have so much discussion around cultivating safety and community, and just a lot of great approaches were shared. So very much appreciate your time in the session. Thank you. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I think what we're going to do is go ahead and stop for the break, but stay on our schedule. So we'll start the next session at 2:15.
Members, and so the client called and had to make some kind of change in the schedule or something, and so they wanted the client to call every person on the team. And so they were saying, well, we held the client accountable, and so she wanted to make a change, so she needed to call the social worker, and she needed to call the parent coordinator, and she needed to call. I said, whoa, wait a minute. Who's serving whom? Well, we wanted to hold her accountable. Hold yourself accountable. You're serving her. She's got one organization that's serving her. And so she made one phone call. You all are accountable and responsible for talking with the team members. Well, we might not be able to get one another. How do you let your client know that you care? Let your client know she's the one that's in therapy and has got kids that are going crazy and has fragile income and food and housing, and you're worried about having to make a phone call, more than one phone call. So it's those things that we have to pay attention to. We're all inconvenienced to some degree, but part of our job is to be inconvenienced for our clients. Otherwise, we'd be having this session at 10 o'clock at night, because I am not a daytime person. I wake up when the sun goes down. So we're talking about creating a culture of belonging. And what I'd like you to think about in this next hour are the groups that you belong to. And do you feel like you really belong? The groups in which you are the alpha and you get to set the rules. And what kind of rules do you set? Do you set the rules for your comfort, which you should? But if you are inviting people to belong to that group, do you make rules for their comfort as well? Do you even know what's going to make them comfortable? So what does it take to create a culture of belonging? And what does it take in these interesting times to let people know I see you and I care? One of the first things that I had to learn was that I couldn't demand that everybody put their cameras on. I couldn't demand that everybody sit there and make eye contact with me, because what I learned is that they've got little kids running around. They've got medium-sized kids that are needing attention. And so not only are they the professional, but they're also the teacher now, and they've got an unemployed spouse sulking around in underwear, walking behind them, and that they don't have a nice office. They're sitting at their kitchen table, and they don't have enough bandwidth to put a filter behind them. And so it behooves us all to allow them to turn off the camera, because we don't need to see all that's going on. And I need to be compassionate about the various circumstances that people are in, and not shame them into participating or in dropping out completely. So that was my first lesson this spring, and that the diversity that I had to acknowledge was the diversity of bandwidth, the diversity of access to internet, the diversity of the kind of working situations people had at home that would help or impede them from doing the work that they needed to do. So let's talk about belonging. Let's change the slide. So one of the things that I heard was not a word about us without us. I heard that this spring, and it has stuck with me, because so many times we make decisions for others without thinking about the others. I was part of a large national group, and we were making these strong policies and saying we've got to make sure that we name people correctly, and that blah, 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 all the right stuff. And there were no Native Americans on the committee. And yet we had said, so no more, you can't call them Indians. Indians live in Asia, and that this is, First Nations or Native Americans. And so they came up to us afterwards very quietly, very gently, very respectfully. And I won't go through the whole conversation, but they said, you didn't ask us. And even though that's our preference, the request has to come from us, not from you. So take our names out of the document. Don't speak about us in the document until you invite us to sit at the table. Or better yet, you come to a table that we invite you to. And we're mad at you right now, so don't look for an invitation soon. So with this belonging, you've got to recognize who's in the room. What is the nature of diversity? And recognize that it's more than just ethnic diversity. It's more than just gender diversity. You've got gender diversity along the spectrum. You've got gender identity along the spectrum, and gender expression along the spectrum. And little things like pronouns are really important. I notice my pronouns are gone from my name. What happened? They used to be there. Maybe the little window is too small. But small things that let people know I see you and I care. And so the diversity part is important, but it's the easiest part, recognizing who's in the room, making sure that everyone is represented. Then the inclusion part is making sure that there's room at the table for everyone. And then you want to acknowledge that there's intersectionality. And so you may invite me because of my identity as a Black woman, but it could be some other identity that is more important to me that wants to have voice and wants to be acknowledged at the table. And so you can't just define for me what you're representing. You have to allow me to define for you what voices are important and that I'm going to center in our conversations. I work with a domestic violence shelter and have worked with them for over 30 years. And so they were small and community-based originally, and it was just women. And over the years, they realized that it's women and their children. And then in recent years, they learned that there are intersections around immigration status, intersections around mental health issues, around substance abuse issues, and now they're looking at intersections around gender identity and gender expression. And the question was, well, do we let trans women into our shelter who are survivors of domestic violence? And what does that mean for the training we give to our staff? What does it mean to the training that we give to the other women who are in the shelter? And on and on and on. So they have legal services and mental health services and substance abuse services, and they have to have doctors and physicians who are able to work with both transgender and cisgender women and children. So their services have expanded. They no longer call themselves a domestic violence shelter. They call themselves a family shelter, a family health shelter, not a health center or health clinic, but it's for healthy, whole families. And so they have done that because of these intersectionality of identities and intersectionality of needs. The other issue about belonging is access. You may have services, you may have desires, you may have concerns, but if people don't know who you are or how to get to you, then you might as well not provide the service. And so it's access physically, but it's also access in terms of how you publicize your organization, how you let the community know what services you have, the language that you use, the nature of your invitations. If everything is done electronically, then who are you leaving out? If everything that you do is in English, then who are you leaving out? If you're using Google Translate or Apple Translate for your non-English documents, are you sure that you're saying the right thing? Do you have interpreters as well as translators? There's a deaf community. Are you involved? Have you included them? Do you even know where they are? And so the access is really important. There's access in terms of physically, but also access in terms of the various aspects of diversity. I have had 3 hip implants. And so there were times in my life, there were years in my life when I could barely walk. And when I did walk, I was on a walker, and I would go to buildings, and the 2 handicapped parking slots were either full or way far away from the front door. And the front door was bordered by steps. And if there was a ramp, the ramp was so steep, it was hard it was like climbing a mountain to get up the steps. Or they said, well, the handicapped access is in the back of the building. So you just walk down here and then go around the building and you can get in the back door. I said, you're missing the concept here. The reason I need handicapped access is because I can't walk. And so ask me to walk half a mile to get to your handicapped door is not feeling very welcoming to me. So it's small things like that. putting a handicap sign on the door of the bathroom, but then having very narrow cubicles so you can't manipulate your equipment in the cubicles is not access, it's not welcoming, and it is not the way to create a culture of belonging. So a lot of times we miss the opportunities for saying, I see you and I care, because we don't see them. We just don't see them. And that's tied to the biases that we have. And so bias comes in many different ways. First of all, let me say that everybody is biased, and bias is not necessarily a negative thing. So to say I'm not biased, I'm totally unbiased, is to lie. And it's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary defense because we all have biases. A bias is a preference. So the issue is that it's important to become aware of what your preferences are. And it's important to become aware of the biases that you don't realize are indeed biases. And that's why we have these anti-bias trainings and looking at implicit bias. And the best thing that you all can do is work at the institutional biases, the institutional barriers, the institutional policies, or just practices that exclude certain people. I worked with a homeless shelter, it wasn't a homeless shelter, but it was a shelter, a program that provided services to the homeless. And I can't even remember now what the service was, but what they said was, in order to get our services, you've got to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 o'clock in the morning. And you have to have, you have to bring us an envelope that you have received at a mailing address. I said, wait a minute. These are homeless folks, people without homes. So how is it that you want them to bring a letter or a utility bill at an address? That's a barrier that seems unnecessary and certainly is uncompassionate given the audience that you are serving. And then why 10 o'clock in the morning? They said, yeah, and if they don't come between 10 and 12, then they don't get service this week. They have to come back next week. Why? Well, we have work that we have to do. We can't see them all day long. Why are you here? And so I said, so whose rule is this rule for the convenience of your client or the convenience of the workers? And they finally said, yeah, it's for our convenience. I said, so let's take a look at who you say you are and what you say you value and how your practices deny that. So you've got explicit bias, we don't want your kind. Explicit bias, I don't like that, on an individual basis. And explicit bias institutionally, this is the rule, we have this thing here, but we don't have that thing there. And so explicit bias is obvious and easy to track down or to trace and either change or at least to question. Implicit bias is a little harder because you don't necessarily know they're there until somebody calls you on it. And the implicit institutional biases are really, really difficult. So one implicit institutional bias is the bathrooms and how bathrooms are named and how bathrooms are equipped. And so are they equipped for all people? Are they equipped for all physical abilities? Are they equipped for all gender identities? Or do you out people? Do you force people to make a binary choice in order to attend to a basic biological function? So those are a couple of examples of institutional individual bias. Let me stop here for a moment. Questions or comments or thoughts that you have around this? We're good? Okay. So then what's important to recognize is that you can only see what's behind your eyes. And so in order to do an exploration of biases, you've got to have somebody help you to see things that you don't normally see. So let's give a couple of examples. So here's something that you may have seen before. We're looking at the difference between equality and equity. So equality is giving everybody the same thing. Equity is giving people what they need. But tell me this, can you see the bias here? What is the bias that's present? So you will need to turn on your microphones for this. What are the biases that are present here?
Aside from the inequality, aside from the inequality to of actual like height, there's still like I say inequality because equality and equity are different. Equity is having the equal opportunity to engage in something. True equality would be everyone having equal ability, strength, skill set, etc., in all areas, which is necessarily plausible. It's also that by addressing the issue of equality versus equity in the photo, where if you put the woman on a higher pedestal than you are the man in order to help him out, you also realize that you're not necessarily giving the man any help himself. So then you have to deal with the fact that there might be an example of, and I don't like to use the term reverse racism, but more so like you're now in order to compensate for a bias or an unknown deficit in service, we are now overcompensating in that aspect and not serving the other population.
All right, so you just gave a whole lecture on equity and equality. Thank you very much. Don't turn off your mic because I'm not done with you. Give me the one example of bias that you see in the picture.
A height.
All right, so what about the height? How is that biased?
The height of the shelves and the items that are located on these shelves differ.
All right, so the height of the shelves differ. So how is that bias?
So if the child or the person, I'm assuming it's a child because the height could also be someone who is just shorter, were to not have the interest in Globe, but were more so interested in to seek information about one of the books on the shelf, it would require additional assistance in order to reach those items versus someone else who is of a closer height is able to more easily reach them. In addition to that, because the person who is naturally taller, they are more fit and more not like physically fit, but more balanced when it comes to being higher up versus someone who is shorter who's trying to stand on a higher shelf even when they're elevated.
Okay, so the books are on a high shelf. Who are the books for? If the books are for kids, why are they up so high? That is a bias. It's an institutional bias. Both of these kids need assistance. And if the books are there for the kids, oh, well, we don't want them to mess up the books, or we want it to look beautiful on the bottom shelf. You know, who's making those rules and why are they there? Thank you so much, Shamir. And so, the major institutional bias is the height of the shelf and where the books are. Another bias is that this child, it has been given assistance, but how does she get on top of the stool? And how does she get down? And can she get down holding a book? So here's an OSHA issue right here. Do you see any other biases?
Melissa in the chat said that the girl would need more help.
Yes, the girl needs more help. Even given the higher stool, she's going to need more help. Yes. And so in depicting this equality versus equity, the other implicit bias is that girls always need more help. Why isn't the boy the male the shorter one, as opposed to the female? Do you see anything else? Well, you got the main ones, and excellent job, Shamir. All right, so let's look at this one. Is this a picture you've seen before? All right, so it comes in lots of different iterations. So a couple of years ago, all you saw was equality and equity, and now you see equality, equity, and justice. So here, equality, giving everyone the same thing. Equity is giving them what they need, and the presumption is that what they need is to see over the fence. But remember, not a word about us without us. Don't make decisions for them without them. So somebody made the decision to give them a different kind of fence so that they don't need to stand on the boxes. There's still some bias here. Who can see it? Give it a try.
Well, they still have to, the shorter person still has to look through the fence. They still have to like peek through the holes while the person who's taller is able to have a clear view.
Yes, so that's still there's still an obstruction. What else do you see?
All the folks represented here are able to stand on 2 feet. So it's not necessarily representing folks with disabilities.
Okay. What other bias do you see?
I see that the woman's shorter than the man, and that the man is taller and black, and that the short person is a child.
All right.
Or appears to be a child.
How is that bias?
Because it's not always that. I mean, it's just kind of an assumption that women are shorter, and that a short person would be a child, and that's not always the case.
Yes, absolutely. Only short people or children could be the bias. Yes. There are two more. They're implicit institutional biases. Why are they outside the fence? Why is there a fence? Why are they outside the fence? Why are they not on the field playing? Why are they not in the stands?
Because they didn't pay to get in.
Why?
Was that there could be an income barrier? I know growing up in some neighborhoods where I lived at, we had these really nice recreational parks that are built in the middle of the projects. But you had to have a membership to go into the park. So it was like, if you can't afford that membership cost, why was it built here? When the opposite of the reason being that it was cheaper land for them to develop on.
Absolutely. See, so this is an issue of access, and it's an issue of belonging. You can watch, we've included you, but do they really belong? Do they belong on the field? Do they belong in the stands? So these are the main things. Why aren't they playing? Why aren't they in the stands? Between kid barrier, their view is better and they still don't belong. Other thoughts about this? Or parallel situations in your home, in your work, other groups you belong to, where you thought you were being inclusive, where you thought you were creating an inviting culture, but you were unconsciously, unintentionally leaving people out. One of the things that some organizations do is they start naming all the groups. We welcome you. We welcome, genders, and we welcome spiritual diversity, and we welcome. But as soon as you start naming groups, you're going to leave some groups out. And so you need to find ways of saying that you're welcome, all are welcome, if they truly are welcome, in ways that are inclusive, as opposed to checking off a list of who's here and who's not. So it's important. It's really important. You all remember Maslow's triangle from Psychology 101. And Maslow says, we're working towards self-actualization, and halfway up the pyramid, you have this strong sense of belonging. Well, researchers recently have said that Maslow got it wrong, because if you don't belong to somebody, you're not going to get your basic needs met. If you don't belong to a family, if you don't belong to a tribe, if you don't belong to a community, there's going to be no one who cares about you. And no one's going to notice if you don't have what you need. No one's going to provide for you what you can't provide for yourself, and you will die. So belonging is really, really important. Some of you may have done some reading of Brene Brown, Braving the Wilderness. She says that it's an innate human desire, that everybody wants to belong. Even the very strong, staunch individualists, I don't belong to any groups and I'm just by myself and I want to be by myself. They belong to the folks who choose to be on the margins. Everybody needs to belong to some place or somebody. Matthew Lieberman is a neuroscientist. So he studies the brain, and he says that the brain is hardwired for us to belong. So you think about for a minute the groups that you belong to, and use the chat box to name some of the groups that you belong to. Formal, informal. Michael's the only one who belongs to a group. Come on now. Okay, great, great, great. Ooh, Wise Women Circle. I belong to a group of crones. Jasmine belongs to many groups. Okay, survivors of rape. See, groups we didn't choose to belong to, but we did. Depeche Mode. What is that, please? Was it Fernando? Where are you?
I'm right here. It's a musical band. I really enjoy it. And I have a bunch of group of friends that we get together and we socialize about that.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's one of my groups. See, we all belong to groups. Some we don't even think about. We belong to them unconsciously, but it's part of our identity. It shapes who we are, creates lenses for how we interpret our world. Who can't think of one group that they belong to? See, here it comes. Everybody, Gen X, everybody's in some kind of, you may not like the group. You may not want to be associated with them. You may have been running all your life from those crazy people, but it's still there. I was not a happy teenager, and so I don't have a strong connection to my high school. But I got to tell you, I was looking at Facebook recently, and some of the folks that I went to high school with were popping up because, you know, Facebook's got that thing, they track you down and connect you. And it was like, oh yeah, I liked her. Or, oh my goodness, look at her. She's still cute and thin. And so there was something about high school and my belonging to that high school that part of my brain still connects to and associates with. Makes me smile. If I think about it too long, it's gonna make me cry. But there was something about it. So there's groupness. Human beings need to be in groups. We are pack animals. We need one another. We need one another. And so when you work with folks who are on the margins of society, when you work with folks who have been victimized by COVID, by the financial situation, victimized by 2020, and your job is trying to help them survive in some way, you have to step up your sense, your actions to make sure that they belong. If nothing else, you belong to me. You're my client. You're mine. I am yours. I'm your person. And so, yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off by any means, but be it that we as human beings are inherently, as you stated, group animals. And when we are working with our populace, that one of the things that we can best do is to let them know that they're a part of our group. I think that prior to allowing anyone to let them know, ideally that it's a way of welcoming them in, but we also have to be very cognizant of are we understanding this person for who they are and what they are when we're deciding to allow them into the group, as well as what are some of the things we have to worry about when we accept someone into a group, like, ultimate attribution error is a huge thing that happens when people assume someone's part of their group or another group, as well as confirmation bias and just groupthink. Like if they're part of my group and they're here for the services that we're providing in order to help them facilitate a part of our group, we have to worry about what are some of the downsides of working with a group or working with our group in particular.
Okay, so Shamir, you never make just one point, do you?
Sadly, no.
Okay, so what I heard is that we want to make sure that we don't attribute to others the groups that we belong to, that we check to make sure that what we have, that their identities that are important to them are the ones that we are recognizing. That's one of the several points that Shamir made. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So as human beings, we want people to be like us. And we think because, like, I like me pretty well, that wouldn't you like to be like me? And what we have to remember is that everybody's not like us and everybody doesn't want to be like us. And so treating everyone according to the golden rule is not the best way to treat them. You want to treat people not the way you want to be treated. You want to treat them the way they want to be treated. Some people call that the platinum rule. So if you are a sojourner for truth, if you are an advocate for social justice, you need to understand that belonging is an aspect of social justice. So you recognize identities. I know who I am. And I recognize that we may be different from one another, and that's okay. And I want to learn about you. I want to learn about the identities that are important to you, that there is diversity and that we will not have the same identities. We may have some that overlap. We may have some that are the same, and we'll have some that are different. And that justice is about recognizing that you may be treated unkindly because of your identities. The world doesn't treat everyone comparably. The world may be unkind because of your identities. And then the action that you take is, I'm going to work to make a difference. I'm going to work to make a difference. So those are the 4 pillars of social justice. So if you stay around identity and diversity and justice and say, yeah, well, I know that these groups have been mistreated, you're not doing enough. What kind of action are you going to take? And so the action can be in take a number of ways. So you can be a witness, you can be an ally, you can be an advocate. As a witness, and most of us who are in social services can be a witness. We can't fix everything. We can't control everything, but we don't have to be bystanders. We can be upstanders, and we can name what we see. Because if you don't name it, it's not going to be fixed. So it's a matter of saying, I notice that blah, blah, blah happened. I notice that we left so and so out. I notice that we don't make accommodations for X, Y, and Z. I notice that we always do blah and we never do blah. I notice. Or if you see that someone has been treated unkindly, you can say, I saw that. I saw that. That was not okay. And it may be unsafe for you to say anything more than that, but just, I saw that. Sometimes just saying it to the person is enough. I saw that. I'm really sorry that happened to you. That's the next step when you teach, when you are an ally. I'm sorry that that happened to you. That shouldn't have happened. When we do teach exemplars, one of the good ones. Okay. And then you can be an advocate, and being an advocate means that I'm going to work to make this stop. So you can't fix it all, but you can tackle things one bite at a time, one step at a time. So you can be a witness, you can be an ally, you can be an advocate. And so you want to step up, step into the conversations, speak up when you can, and call people in, as opposed to calling them out, call them in to have the conversation. Can we talk about? Can we say something about? Can we acknowledge that? And so those are ways that you can help to create a culture of belonging. What I'd like you to do right now is to make a list of the people, of up to 10 people that you trust outside of your family. Just quickly make a list, 3 to 5 people, 7 people, 10 people that you trust. If you can't list anyone, then you've got some trust issues, and I recommend that you see one of your colleagues about that. If you trust everyone and you say, well, I've got 20 people, you still got trust issues. You're trusting too many folks. Go talk to somebody about it. But right now, make a list, 3 to 10 people. And Merritt, how much time do I have left? I've lost track of time.
$20 minutes.
Say it again.
20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ah, okay. Got it. All right, so when you have your list, give me a thumbs up or wave or use one of the reaction buttons so I'll know you're ready. Thank you. Waiting for a few more hands. No, I cannot see the participant list. So if you put your hand up there, thank you. Ready. I can see the chat box. Thank you. Okay, so looking at the people on your list, put a check mark by those who have the same gender as you. Put a check mark by those who have the same education as you. Not the exact same major, but comparable education. They've been to college. They've got a master's, barely got through high school, just like you. All right, put a check mark by the folks who have comparable income. They're in the same income bracket. They may spend their money differently, but it's same income bracket. Put a check mark by those who have the same race as you, race or ethnicity. Put a check mark by the people who have the same level of attractiveness as you. They spend the same amount of attention on clothes and how they look. You wouldn't be embarrassed going out with them. They know how to dress. And let me see what else. Oh, do we have ability? Oh, people who are smart, they're probably not as smart as you are, but close. And with ethnicity, race, gender, attractiveness, ability, physical ability. So if you're a jock, are they a jock? If you're a dancer, if you can dance, can they dance? If you can walk and chew gum at the same time, can they? Income, education, we got that. And oh, sexual orientation. Put a check mark by the ones who have the same sexual orientation as you, however you define it. And looking at your list, tell me what your list says about you. Michael, are you willing to turn on your mic?
Me, Michael?
Yeah, you, Michael.
Hello, Kikanza.
Hi.
Sure. These folks are a lot like me. They are, except for gender, they're all women. And
that's
probably
about you.
Yeah, and probably income level, because I'm lucky to be in a management job and in a 2-income household.
Yeah.
But otherwise, and I think one is different in terms of sexual orientation. Otherwise, yeah, very, very similar.
Yeah. All right, so I hang out with similar people. Almost all are like me. All right. Some have some diversity. Somebody else want to talk about what their list says? How about you, Barbara?
I need some more diversity in my trust circle. It's embarrassingly homogenous.
Yeah. So, but I mean, who are you going to trust if not people in your tribe? That's who you would trust first, the people in your tribe. That's what tribeness is about. That's what belongingness is about. And so,
I think also, if I could just share, I think there's different levels of trust. Like it's like I have my true inner circle, people that are in my bubble. And then I have people who are maybe in the circle, but not in the bubble. And then I have people that I trust professionally, but I wouldn't trust them with my personal stuff. So trust is kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah,
so just to say that.
And so if I weren't so vague and abstract, I would have answered the question, trust for what? And it might have been a very different list. But the point of this activity, what I was trying to show you is this is affinity bias. And this is the bias that causes barriers in hiring and recruitment and performance appraisal, because the more people are like us, the more comfortable we are with them, and the more likely we are to give them the benefit of the doubt. And the less likely we are able to interrupt our feelings of attractedness by biases that are tied to stereotypes of groups that person is in. So the affinity bias is really, really important. So I listed a number of categories, like, there we go, ethnicity, race, what have you. So if you, on another piece of that same paper, if you describe your own identities, your identities of ethnicity and race and gender, so just think about them. And if you had to choose, what would be the top 5 of your identities? Would you add to this category? Like I would add crones, one of you who's another old woman would add the wise women. And you might put artist, Californian, Southerner, New Englander, late bloomer. So of your identities, what would you say are the most important ones, the 5 most important ones? And if you had to knock one off and limit it to 4, what would be your 4 most important identities? And while you're crossing things off the list, narrow it down to 2 and notice how that feels. So talk to me about what is it like to limit your identities to just 2? Let me see. I'm going to take a chance, and there are 2 angels. There's an angel and an Angelica. Are you able to speak? Heavenly people?
This is Angel Morton.
All righty. So what did it feel like, Angel Morton, to limit your identities to 2?
Well, it feels really odd, and I see that because my list is so all over the board. And so it just I don't really have. I don't know. I mean, they're just.
Yeah. So if you had strange. If you had to cross off one of those 2 and just break it down to 1, how is that feeling?
Not very good.
Not very good. So someone else, how about Tino? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Oh man, trying so hard to stay under the radar.
Sorry, yeah, it's been a day.
I know. All right. So just give us a word or 2 about what's it like to limit your identities to just 1.
I mean, it's definitely uncomfortable to know self-actually who I am and what I am, but to limit it to just 1 item that I would have to use as an expressive tool to kind of explain who I am. It feels very, and I'm assuming this is the point of the exercise, put in a box, right?
Absolutely. And where does that happen in the world? We put people in a box, or you get put in a box with just 1 identity.
Yeah, just socially and getting to meet people, first impressions, right?
Where else? Doctors? School?
All paperwork.
Social service agencies? So if you are creating a culture of belonging, you've got to recognize that people have more than 1 identity. And even if you can only address 1, acknowledging that we are multifaceted, acknowledging we know that you are also this and this and this and this. I see you and I care. It's a way of creating a culture of belonging. Think about you and your family, however you define family, the family that supports you right now. So can you bring all of yourself to that family? Do they welcome all aspects of who you are? Probably not. And so, okay, I'm going to be with the family, got to put this away, got to put that way, put this mask on, or whoa, I get to bring out this aspect of myself. So every group has rules, every group has parameters, and that's okay as long as we acknowledge that we're not meeting all of your needs and that we may not be seeing all of you. So it doesn't mean that you have to respond to every single aspect of every single person. It means you have to acknowledge that people are far more complex than many of us are ready to deal with. Jasmine says, absolutely not. Oh yeah, filling out forms. I just did something, oh shoot. What are you all seeing on your screens?
Pick 5.
Pick 5.
Okay. All right. Good. So you didn't have to see the mess that I saw. So let's talk about 2 things left. I want to talk about cultural codes, and I want to talk about the values, the principles of cultural proficiency. So you can read more about cultural codes in my book, Fish Out of Water, but this is a significant way that we let people know they don't belong. So codes are what modes of communication. Codes are rules. Codes are types of language. So code switching is when you shift from one to another. So let me give you an example. The phrase, pass me the honey. Pass me the honey. All right, so you are talking to your 3-year-old who's trying to put honey on their toast. Pass me the honey. You're talking to your grandmother who's stirring the honey into her tea. Pass me the honey. You are in bed with your lover. Pass me the honey. You are out in the field with the beekeeper and you're getting ready to look at the honeys and the wax that the bees have made. So each one, could you even feel your body shifting from the different scenarios and the tone of voice? Same words, but the communication was very, very different. Those are cultural codes. That's called code switching. So then, one of the other ways that another example of cultural codes are house rules. And this is another way that we create a culture of belonging, because everywhere you go, the dominant group, the alphas, have house rules. So if you play board games or card games or pick up ball games, there are the standard rules. But in your house, at your table, in your courtyard, and your driveway, there's a little spin on it. In my house, we play it this way. I always get the, or we always do the. And so those are the house rules. House rules are those are codes, they're cultural codes. The difference between inviting someone to your home to stay for a few days and inviting someone to your home to live. What do you tell them? What do you tell them about using the bathroom? What do you tell them about using the stuff in the kitchen? What do you tell them about putting food away? What do you tell them? That's the difference between information that says welcome and information that says you belong here. So when someone comes to your agency, which of the cultural codes do you share? When a new colleague comes to the agency, you give them the employee handbook and you give them the overt rules, but those unspoken rules, you stand back and wait to see if she's going to be one of us. Is he going to fit in? And after day 3, you're all talking about it in the parking lot or in the hallway. Oh no, they're not going to make it here. Did you see what they did? Because they didn't know the codes. Every time you say they should have, or it's common sense, or everybody knows, you're acknowledging an unwritten code. Most of the time we punish people for not knowing the codes instead of teaching the codes. To create a culture of belonging, you want to teach the codes. So one of the things that I was reading about in the newspapers recently, they were talking about dog whistles. They didn't say dog whistle code. They just said it was a dog whistle when so-and-so said blah, 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 blah. A dog whistle, you know, is a whistle that vibrates at a frequency that only the dogs can hear, people can't hear it. And so a dog whistle code is where you say something, everybody thinks they're hearing what you say, but you're really communicating something else. So when you say, oh, so-and-so is coming, you know, he's very special. And you give that look and that tone of voice, and that's a dog whistle code. Camouflage code is where you're saying one thing, but you're meaning something else. Some people call it nasty nice. So in the South, it is said that you can say anything about anybody as long as you say, bless your heart. And so if someone says, oh, I just love every time you wear that jacket, bless your heart, it's not necessarily a compliment. Exclusionary codes are codes that you use to let people know that they don't belong. So in my sorority, what you'll hear is, Madam Chair, we are not free from intrusion, which means that somebody who's not a member of the sorority is in the house. It backfired when we were on somebody's boat, and the boat belonged to the husband. and we were trying to have a meeting, and one of the women said, "Madam, we are not free from intrusion." And the owner of the boat, the guy said, "This is my boat. Y'all the intruders on this boat." So the exclusionary code didn't work that time. All right, systemic codes, those are the acronyms that you use, the in-house terms, the professional terms that you use that will diagnose someone or marginalize someone, or just let someone know you're not part of us because you don't know what we're talking about. These systemic codes, the ABC codes, the acronyms. Whispered codes, these are when you are talking about taboo topics or taboo people. So, oh, we've got a new person who's coming to work for us this next week. You know, they're trans. Whispered codes. Trigger codes, that's when you're calling people names or you're saying something about someone that's going to set them off. Otherizing, anything that you say that's going to make people feel like an other. That's going to make them feel like they don't belong, that they're not one of us. And so I would invite you over the next few days to listen to yourself, listen to your family, listen to folks on your job, and you'll be able to see different examples of these codes. The smack my head code, these are the things, someone suggested it should be called a dumbass code, but I couldn't write that down on the slide. But it's like, I can't believe that person said that. And so again, you could read in the newspaper about folks saying all kinds of things, and they are smack my head code. You can't believe they actually said it. I can't believe they actually wrote that. So these are cultural codes, language that you use to push people away, to move them to the sides, that lets them know you're not really one of us. And so if you want to create a culture of belonging, you have got to make sure that the codes are shared. Customer service voice versus that chilling with homegirl's voice, absolutely. Oh, there are a lot. I worked in a hospital for a while, and so we had, you've heard of code blue and code red. So code pink is when a baby has been stolen and all the external doors are about to be closed. And so the nurse or the operator comes very, very soft and very sweet over the loudspeaker, but everybody in the hospital can hear code pink, on floor number 3, code pink, which means be on the alert because somebody stole a baby and we got to catch them. And then there's another code for when someone has died and they need to have the folks from the morgue to come up to collect the body. So all kinds of codes going on every place you go. Questions, examples, couple of examples while I pull up the next slides. Give me one more. Okay, we had the customer service voice. Thinking you're wearing down, aren't you? Energy is dwindling down. Okay. Is it 3:17? Am I done?
Yes, we're a little bit over the time now.
Okay, well then I'll stop. Somebody should have said stop, Kikanza. So you will get copies of these slides. I didn't want you to stop. You're going to get copies of the slides, and what I want you to look at are the guiding principles. These are the values that help you to shape a culture of belonging, recognizing there's always going to be culture, that there's always going to be a dominant culture, and if you're not in the dominant group, you're not going to get as much. You're not going to be as happy. That people who are marginalized have to be at least bicultural. So if you're having trouble understanding them because English is not their first language, remember that they've mastered 2 languages. People have group identities and individual identities. So make sure you don't just put them in one group and generalize that whole population. There's diversity within groups and between groups. Every group has culturally defined needs. You can't meet them all, but they're there. and you need, and recognizing them is going to be important. So my vegan friend who was coming to dinner, I says, look, here's the deal. I can't cook a totally vegan meal, but how about if I tell you what the menu is, you help me see if I can veganize some of the dishes, and you will be welcome to bring something else to supplement what I prepare. And so he was very, very gracious about that. He says, because you care and because you included me, remember, not about them, without them. And then finally, families, however they're defined, are the primary systems of support. We don't define families, they define their own families. So that's it. Creating cultures of belonging is hard. You have to pay attention. It does mean you have to be inconvenienced. It means that you've got to do extra work. It means you got to talk to people and you have to listen to them. But it also means that you can do it. And in these very challenging and tender times, it's really, really, really important to say, I see you and I care.
Thank you, Kikanza. I definitely want to thank you on behalf of our group and just share that I think it's really remarkable the way you created a sense of community and belonging in this session over Zoom, which is quite difficult to do. So thank you for that. So we have a few minutes for a break, but only a few minutes. We're going to start back up again at 3:25 for our last session. So maybe, get up and take a couple laps around your chair or something, stretch a little bit. And but please rejoin us at 3:25, which is 5 minutes. Thank you, Kikanza.
You are so welcome. Thank you. Boy, it's a long day.
Yeah, it is.
So the next session is when they get to talk to each other, or you've got another speaker?
Yep, it's the networking and the small group discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
great.
I think we've had quite a bit of opportunity for discussion in all three sessions.
Yeah.
So.
Well, great. Well, I'll see you soon.
All right.
Good to see you, Kikanza.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Michael. Absolutely. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're in the home stretch. One of the things that the planning committee really wanted to include today was an opportunity for you to share your expertise and connect with each other and learn from each other. So the next session, we're going to break you into breakout rooms and invite you to have some conversation with each other. We've suggested some questions to get you started, and Madison will put those in the chat box, and then we'll, after that, we'll bring you back for some closing remarks. Can you all see the questions on my screen? Yeah,
I will
great.
put the questions in the chat box, and I am gonna do the breakout rooms right now.
Thank you, Madison.
And I know how to work a mute button. Thank you, Merit. Well, thank you everyone for participating. Thank you for those of you who have stuck around, and hopefully you got some good connections in our breakout conversation. And I also want to give a big thanks to the Office of Emergency Services and Tara. I think we really like being in a position to support the field this way, and we're glad that they're investing in us to do that and in you all. So my closing thoughts, I think, are about all the conversations we're having around equity right now. And it's really great. And I would hope that a lot of them would have happened anyhow, but a lot of us know that we reached a tipping point of needing to talk about it this last spring with the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery and as we know, more all the time. But I'm glad we have this opportunity, and it really makes it not just a professional consideration, but kind of has real moral power, and is going to really add to the validity and to the meaning of our work, and that we're really going deep with this reflection. And so along those lines, I'm not going to summarize all our speakers, but I am going to call out some of the things that I think I'd like us to reflect on and maybe try to recall what grabbed you the most. To think about what really makes this valuable for us is if you're able to put it into action. And think about what grabbed you, what you would put into action. We want to hear back from you of if there's anything specific from this that you put into action, and if you saw results, or even if you just learned some lessons from trying, we'd love to hear that. So in some ways I start with the last person, Kikanza, because she started us with such a personal reflection and thinking about our own belonging in groups. So I'm really glad we get to apply that to our work. But think about, how will you make belonging happen in your organizations? How will you be a witness, an ally, and an advocate? How will you bring in awareness of cultural codes? From Ingrid Cochran, how will you work at those various levels? How will you honor resilience and fortitude, build a beloved community, lead with love and justice, and use our position and power to advance collective liberation? I know I've been thinking a lot about that because our work is at the community level. And then from Storm Irvin, how do you work with a vision for equity and service? How do you center the needs of survivors to address the needs of the family? How would you acknowledge and address multiple forms of victimization? Maybe you have some concrete steps you can take around confirming referral sources, fostering non-punitive responses, and not forgetting about survivors in prison. And actually with Storm, I don't know if you're still on, Storm, I don't want to outdo you. It's so great your mom was here, but I am very excited and proud that my daughter is on the call, Hannah, who is a graduate student in trauma-focused counseling. So I'm proud of all three of my kids, but Hannah's kind of getting in the family business, and I'm very proud of that. So how do we invest our personal selves in this work? Oh, there she is. Hey, Hannah. And again, just thank you all for investing this day, your energy all day long, and thank you in advance for trying some of this out and getting back to us on how it went.
Thank you, Michael. And I just thank you. I just want to echo your thanks. Thank you all for your interest in the topic and for spending the day with us. My contact information is here. Please reach out if I can be of any support to you. And that brings the symposium to a close. Please fill out the evaluation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.